just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me not now. Watch your face now. Let me show you how.
Oh boy. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing today? What's the song's name? Lil Gab, that's my theme song. You didn't know? If you do exclamation point song in chat, Zanbot will post a link. But yeah, that's my theme song made by Sweet Myths. I'm gonna need more water. Hey chat, you ever like brush your teeth and then immediately after you just have to drink like a gallon of water because your mouth won't stop getting all like weird and it's really hard to talk without sounding weird? I just brushed my teeth like in the shower not too long ago, so I'm having that right now and I just ran out of water. Wow, it's Zan. True. Hello, that is egregious. How you doing? Shiny Fruit Bat, how you doing? The Dude, what's up? Caesar, how you doing? Winston C, Geeky Lesbian, Daffy Duck, Gold Bond, Coin Dog, what's up? How you doing? Uncle Twisty, good to see you. Saxy Jax, Z the Freeman, hello. Pan Sassy, Nightmare, Lil Gab. Wait, I already said your name. Hello, Panic Stasis, good to see you. 69 Gay Ancom 420, amazing name. Nightmare, hello. The Dude, how you doing? Good to see all of you here in the website chat on this lovely day. Already 137 of you guys chilling already. Damn. Crazy. Hey, Pud, how you doing? Hey, Zan, if you chug water, if you chug water, have you ever made involuntary throat noises? Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Like, you'll just be talking, and then for some reason, like, anywhere from, like, your sinuses to, like, the bottom of your throat will just make a weird, like, there's no way to describe it other than a weird noise. You know, maybe there's some bubble, like a spit bubble in the back of your throat or something. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it. It happens all the time. It sucks when your job is to talk for a living and, like, sometimes you make a little gurgle, you know? Yeah, like a little gurgle. You do a little gurgle. It's so weird. I've done it near people. It happens so often, Lamau. Oh, it happens to me all the time. You just get better at, like, pushing through it or avoiding it, noticing when it's coming and, like, clearing your throat before it happens. But when I first start stream, I always have, like, the most trouble getting used to talking because I don't talk that much throughout my day until my stream starts. Once I do probably 90% of my talking with my voice on stream through the day. So, like, I gotta warm up. I gotta get, like, the rust out of my throat when I first start stream, you know? Yep, I said fart, Lamau. Good meme. Hey, amazing JD. How, good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? Xanfart ASMR stream. Chat not on screen, by the way? Oh, yeah, because I did an off-stream segment. Thank you for reminding me. And then alerts. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. We back. We good. Look at that. Now you're all on screen. Don't you guys like being on screen? Oh, damn, I gotta get more water. Oh, the thirst. It's already taking me, chat. It's already taking me. That is egregious. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Said subscription. True. Thank you for the $5 already. Thank you. Alrighty. Chat, I think you guys know the drill. You guys already know the drill. If we hit $300 in the dono goal, I put on the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. Okay? And it's always funny. Consider donating if you want to contribute to that. It also helps me pay my bills and stuff. So, yeah. It's always appreciated if you do. Zan, this is why I have a gallon of water with me, lol. I really do need to get, like, a bigger water receptacle, you know? A bigger water container. Here, let me message Lonnie. I want to see if she can get me some water. Poke, poke. I'm here, what's up? Oh, hey, Lonnie, could you refill my water for me? It's empty. Ooh, thank you, baby. I will zoom back momentarily, chat. So how are you guys doing?
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Soy! Thank you. I'll read that in a moment. I can't read your donation from here, unfortunately, my friend, but I will read it in a moment. As soon as I'm back. There we go. Thank you. Oh, I think the cat wanted out too. Alright. SMH, Zan shilling for big water, true. Uncle Twisty, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much for the $5. Said, started watching from the angry left rant about Vaush. Now I'm pretty sure you're going to be the staple of the streamers I watch. Well, goddamn, thank you so much for the $5. Yeah, lately a lot of new people have been discovering the channel, which has been nice because, I'm not gonna lie, chat. The YouTube algorithm does not like me very much. Like, even when my channel's doing, like, the best it does, period, the percentage of people who are subbed that watch my videos to unsubbed is pretty high. Like, most of my viewers are subscribers, not unsubscribed people, which is unusual and certainly not a good thing. It means that you don't have a lot of new people watching your videos. You have a lot of your returning subscribers watching them, which is good to have your returning viewers coming to watch, but it also means that YouTube isn't pushing my videos to new people as much as it's supposed to be. Pedo debates probably didn't help you in the algorithm. Yeah, debating pedophiles has never been too good for YouTube, but regardless, it probably wasn't anything to do with that. My body finally recovered from partying. I was physically destroyed, Lamau. What and where were you partying? Algorithm may not like you, but we love you, Xan. And I love you guys. Thank you guys. I do want to say, following that whole drama with the Vaush and ContraPoints and Cat Blaque thing, I was expecting to have to like purge my community pretty hard, and I only ended up having to ban one person from my chat during that stream. And there were a lot of dumb comments in the, like, there were certainly a sizable amount of stupid comments on my video, but like, it wasn't too bad. Like, it wasn't bad to the point where I consider having to do a purge. Most of what I had to do was mostly just unfollowing people on Twitter. Like, I'd followed a lot of people on Twitter that were just saying the dumbest shit, and it was like, all right, I've been too generous with my follows, okay? There are some less than 1K follow accounts that I followed that are posting some dumb shit. They're gonna have to lose the Xan follow, I'm sorry. But yeah, that was the most I had to do, was just unfollow a few people that were like liking or retweeting or saying some dumb shit that I followed. Luna is eating my leftover corn dog right now. Do you guys want to see? Have you guys ever seen a cat try to... She has it. She just picked up the corn dog in her mouth and dropped it. She picked up a whole corn dog in her mouth and then couldn't carry it and dropped it, and now she's given up. It was just one corn dog, but like, she tried to get it and she couldn't. She picked it up and then dropped it, and then she just ran off because she realized she couldn't take it with her, so she gave up and got frustrated. Cats are hilarious. Cats are really funny. They're really weird. Yeah, my cat loves hot dogs for some reason. I don't know why. Like, if I'm eating a hot dog or I have like a hot dog on a plate, she'll go for it. If it's a corn dog, she'll go for it. She just really likes hot dogs. She's a weird cat. Maybe because she thinks it's dog meat. Reverse. Shane Dawson moment? What? She desires the meat. Oh, God. Stop. Stop. All-American cat. True. True American food. Listen, there is no food more American than a corn dog, okay? Really, Luna? Really? You're gonna try to use your hands now to pick up the corn dog? You got it. I'm sure you got it, Luna. Come on. You can get it. Show? I wish I could, but I don't know if I can. Because the way the camera is. I also don't know if she might be standing over like some mail I have on my desk that has like my address on it. So I can't, I don't, like, without checking through like the stuff I have on that part of my desk, I don't want to move my camera over there. Maybe if I take this and move it over here, then she'll... She's reaching under my monitor with her paw to try to grab the... Now she's bumping the monitor. You can see it shaking to try to get to the corn dog. Oh, here she comes. She is tenaciously trying to get to it. Okay, now you guys can see. Oh, wait, never mind. As soon as I started to move the camera, she ran. And we gotta wait for her to get into the right position. Nope. There she goes. She's hunting her prey right now. This is how cats hunt. This is like a nature documentary I'm witnessing right now. A wild cat hunting for its prey. All right. Listen up, everybody. We got an exciting stream for you today. I don't know why I said we. I mean, I have an exciting stream for you guys today. Me and only me, all right? We're going to be putting out some good fucking content today. That's damn right. Darn sure we're putting out some good content today. So here's what we're going to be covering. Minimum, all right? And I am going to put out a call to you guys today to find good segments for me to cover and send them to me. Because I want to cover some extra stuff today. I want to get into more double uploads. Not every day, but just more days where we double upload. Just because why not have double the uploads in the channel? It's better for the channel. So yeah. Should be fucking pog. We'll probably do the double uploads in the days where I don't stream. That'll probably be how we do it. Like I'll do... Like, if I don't stream that day, the time when I would have gone live, we'll just upload another video. that'll probably be the way we do it. So you guys aren't getting deprived of two technical kind of uploads per day on my channel. My emotes. That's already purple. I've already seen the emote list. Don't worry. I already put the list together. It's just that White Nervosa is gonna have to do some stuff to make it so that the emotes add immediately. Because right now, when we remove or add emotes, it takes a little bit to get it working. I don't know if it's been fixed yet. Cherry told me they'd tell me when it's ready. But yeah. So yeah, I'll add all of the new emotes and overhaul the chat and stuff with the emotes once that's done. Yara, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub, says Team Lonnie. True, I'm also Team Lonnie. Thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate that, my friend. That puts us at $20. Hey, guys. We're $20 in. Let's go. Let's go. I fucking love content. Finally caught another stream. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, Trigonal Prism. Welcome. Let me check Twitter really quick. I don't want to burn the Vadim Bridge, chat. I don't want to burn that one. I like Vadim's content. He's a really good editor. But God, every time there's drama, does Vadim just take the absolute most fence-sittery and least respectable position on it every single time? Anyway, for those of you guys that don't know, basically, when was it? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday, ContraPoints unironically tweeted, "Feels good to be out of my pick-me era," and then deleted it, because this is from ContraPoints deleted tweets. She deletes basically every tweet. God, Contra just collecting these L's today. God damn. Anyway, I ended up quote tweeting the post saying, "Would it be too soy jack of me to compare..." Yes, it would be, by the way. The answer to this question is yes. "Would it be too soy jack of me to compare ContraPoints' current situation to Sargeras' fall and the woke scolds of the Burning Legion of World of Warcraft? I feel like there's some similarities." Anyone here in chat that knows their World of Warcraft lore knows what I'm talking about with that comparison. And then Vadim replied, "I got news for you, friend. We're all woke scolds in the eyes of pretty much the entirety of the right and a great deal of everyone else. Also, she definitely seems to be following her heart on this one, so based Contra." What? She's following her heart on this one, so based? Wait, what does following your heart mean? Wait, what indicates here that she's following her heart, and how does following your heart make you based? What does following your heart even mean? Non sequitur? It really does feel like it's just a non sequitur to defend someone who you have to defend, doesn't it? Every single time. Like, half the time, when I make an argument against, like, the types of people on the left that frustrate me the most, I do find the most common response is usually a non sequitur. Very rarely can I ever get a direct answer to a question that I ask of someone I'd call a woke scold, right? Like, I'll try to pin them to, like, because you got to pin them down to explain to them why their logic is faulty. And when you try to do that, they'll just refuse to engage, right? Like, we saw the DMs between Vaush and Cat Blaque. They won't even entertain hypotheticals, right? From Cat Blaque to what's his name? I'm trying to remember his name. Non-compete. None of them can engage with hypotheticals. It's like their minds melt if they're forced to defend what they believe. It really is bizarre. Disappointing, too. Idealism? I don't even know if it's idealism. I think it's just stupidity. I really do. I think it's just stupidity. I'm not saying ContraPoints is stupid. I'm saying the people doing that are stupid. The inability to engage with hypotheticals. ContraPoints, I just feel like is... I'm not even going to speculate on why she's arguing completely contrary positions than what she was arguing like a year ago or 2 years ago now, maybe. Like, I'm not going to like try to like armchair psychoanalyze why ContraPoints is like now switched or flipped on these issues, because frankly I don't give a shit. But it is disappointing, I guess, because it's always nice to see a large figure in this space, at the very least, acknowledge the existence of shortcomings the left has, but it seems like it's becoming more and more in the vogue now to pretend as if like anyone complaining about any problem the left has is like a grifter who's like essentially doing a whole why I left the left thing. I've seen a lot of that, by the way. I've seen like people respond to my video where I say that like I'm disappointed in the left, the one that I uploaded about the Vaush drama, saying, in before Xanderhal puts out a why I left the left video. And it's like, you fucking idiot. You didn't watch even a second of the video, did you? I will do something drastic to myself on stream if the next ContraPoints video is just titled Vaush. Okay? If the next ContraPoints video has anything to do with this situation, I will do something to myself on stream that will just be drastic, okay? Something to myself, not to anybody else. I'm threatening purely myself here. Don't worry, guys. I looked into the laws on what jokes you're allowed to make legally as a content creator, and as long as it's a conditional threat towards yourself, then it's okay. It won't get pinged as like a real threat or anything. You got to be careful. You have to be careful as a content creator, as a public figure, because certain jokes or statements you make, like they can be taken differently than if you're like a private citizen. You get more protections as a public figure, but you know, you get more of the things you say and do published out there as a public figure than a private citizen. And so, yeah, you just got to be careful about that. Hot Tub Stream of Contra has a video titled Vaush. Honestly, there's a hot tub like that I could definitely get access to for a hot tub stream. We'll think on that. If I do a hot tub stream, it'll have to be a fundraising stream for myself, not for any charity or anything like that, just for myself, because God knows if I'm going to be showing off my rippling body on the internet, it's going to be for money. Hot tub stream, hot tub stream, hot tub stream. Yeah, you guys all want it. Wear the shadow onesie in the hot tub? Well, that just sounds miserable. Chat, vote. What is this? I need a Xan hot tub stream.
Welcome to capitalism.
I know you all want a Xan hot tub stream.
I've come to believe the vast majority of the online left is just unprincipled high school cliques. Makes me depressed and scared. Thanks for being one of the few good ones left.
Thank you, Robin Summer. I really appreciate that donation. That was really kind of you. Listen, I don't think that most of the left in general is like this, but I do think that a significant portion of the online left is like this, and I try my best to be a breath of fresh air to people if I can be. Shadow onesie in the hot tub sounds kind of hot, not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure I would die if I wore that thing into a hot tub. Like, I'm pretty sure it would stick to, like the fabric would get wet and, like, stick to my skin, and it would be like being under a wet blanket while also being super hot, and it would suffocate you and possibly drown you. The ContraPoints blocking Vaush over a small disagreement is a peak woman moment. Listen, guys, if you ever need evidence that trans women are real women, just look at how they behave during drama. True women to the core. See, sometimes misogyny is useful for validating trans people. No, in all seriousness, though, the way ContraPoints behaved was absolutely kind of immature, I'd say. Like, ContraPoints is an adult, okay? She could have just, like, DM'd Vaush, if anything, right? Like, it didn't need to be, like, a big thing, you know? Adults typically sort things like this out in private and not, like, in public. Like, this feels like, to me, the equivalent of, like, the, like, if you've ever dated a girl who likes to start fights in public, like, for no reason. Like, my mom would do that. Like, if my mom was with somebody, she would just, like, in the middle of a restaurant, or in a store or like in a public place just start an argument and start screaming with no like care or worry about the fact that we're in a public space. It reminds me of stuff like that when like friends on the internet or like when content creators that are friends on the internet just start shit talking each other on Twitter. It's like, Jesus, just talk in private. Why does it have to be a public like display, you know? Yeah. I think that's what ContraPoints did. Like ContraPoints and Cat Blaque did worse. Well, Cat Blaque did the whole leaking of like private sexual like relationship that had happened between them for no other reason than to like, it seemed then to try to like make him look bad, I guess. That is where, or more or less where it seemed to be going. Like there's no reason to bring something like that up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was like meant to make him look bad in the sense that like, because she then goes on to say that like she didn't like his dick or something. Was she trying to like say, oh yeah, I sexed, was her plan from the beginning to do something like that, to like jab at him or something? Because that would be a woman moment. That would be a woman move. Yeah, just like from the beginning she started the drama so her main attack could be Vaush have small peen. I know a girl who did that though, like unironically to a dude in the high school that I didn't go to but I swam for. I know a girl who did that. Her boyfriend cheated on her and she wanted to get revenge on him, and so her way of doing that was to go around the school and tell every single person in the school that he had a tiny dick. And you know, she told me it wasn't true, but that's what she told everybody. And everybody believed her, and it's not like he can prove them wrong. So yeah, that's a real thing that people do. Some say his balls never recovered. True. Dick shaming's not okay. Men rights. Listen, okay, we gotta talk. All right, about the height shaming. Okay, I met Destiny in real life, and I expected that motherfucker to look like an Oompa Loompa because people edit his head to be so big and him to be so short. I met him, he was normal size, and I was like, well, he was like a bit shorter, but like he wasn't as short as I expected him to be, and I was really disappointed. I really wanted him to be, you know who was really short though? Haas. When I saw Haas, and I didn't see Haas, I saw the top of Haas's head, is what I saw first. When I first saw Haas, I was walking down a hallway through the hotel in Texas, and I just met Destiny and shook his hand. And then I didn't see Haas. I didn't see the Kremlin gremlin. I saw the top of his head. And I thought, because I didn't know how tall he was, I thought he would be taller than me. No. I thought Haas and Destiny were the same height. No, Haas is like a couple, if not a few inches shorter than Destiny. I saw them standing next to each other like while they were there. Like Destiny had like a couple inches on Haas. Lies? I'm pretty sure like Haas is quite a bit shorter than Destiny. I don't know, maybe I've just seen like the edited one too much of Haas and Destiny standing back to back. Because people have edited that one to make Destiny like way taller. Oh, here's another one. The podium meme. Yeah, the podium meme. Apparently the podium that people thought Haas was standing on at that what was it called? The Nazgul conference or whatever. Apparently that was holding up, he wasn't standing on it. He was holding up it was holding up the Abe Lincoln head, but no, he was standing on it. Haas is the Kremlin gremlin, okay? He is the one guy that will height shame, all right? We'll height shame. We height shame him unironically. We height shame Destiny ironically. Okay, that's how we do it. I'm a trans guy and I'm taller than Ben Shapiro. Lol, good shit. I don't know how tall Ben Shapiro is though. I've only seen the picture of him standing next to Jordan Peterson, and I think Jordan Peterson's like 6'2". So I don't know if it's that. Did you see the memes about Haas and clocks? Haas and clocks? What happened with Haas? Okay, The last drama I saw Haas the last drama I saw involving Haas on Twitter was him, like, it was either like all like I don't know what the whole deal ended up being, but Haas is like being challenged to fight somebody in some like parking lot behind a gas station somewhere, and like Haas went there to meet this person and like started his stream, and they weren't there, and then this person claimed they were trolling him the whole time, but now this person claimed that Haas paid them to not show up. But then some people are saying that they were a Haas fan and this is all organized by Haas to make Haas look good. I don't know. I think the most likely scenario is that person was just trolling Haas and never really intended to go fight him, and it was all just trolling. The latest is Beta Haas being angry about Alpha Haas Twitter account. Oh yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, I follow the Constance pretending to be Haas Twitter account. Oh damn, 500 viewers. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Haas hates Elden Ring and video games. Oh yeah, Haas also went on like a long rant about like on Twitter about wanting to ban video games or whatever. Yeah, and he admitted to being conservative. Yeah, I mean, we always knew that Haas was conservative. I mean, tankies are just red fash. They're just like Nazis with communist like paint on them, you know? Like they just painted over the swastika with a hammer and sickle and then replaced like, you know, Jews with like white people and colonialism and imperialism, and then replace like, you know, you place a few more words in there and, you know, you're pretty close. You're pretty close what tankies believe and what Nazis believe. It's not too far off. Throw in a few progressive economic policies, you know, social safety nets and the unionization, or sorry, not the unionization, the nationalization of certain industries, and maybe some, you know, making some public, you know, they're in favor of that sometimes. I've seen them advocate for that, but for the most part, you go down the list of what they believe in. There's a reason why they ally with Nazis and everything. It's not on accident. Oh, they still mean Jewish people when they say like imperialists or like whatever they replace that with. But you know, yeah. I mean, Haas is definitely like insane. Anyway, listen, guys, we got good shit to talk about today. We got spicy memes. We got good shit. Hey, Tempest, what's up, buddy? We got good memes to talk about today. First, all right, hold on. I want to show you guys something based. Hey, chat. All right. So, we've been talking a lot on my channel lately about J.K. Rowling. Because unfortunately, somehow, the writer of the Harry Potter books has managed to burrow her way into political relevancy and has basically gone from being one of the most beloved writers of all time to one of the most well-known users of their platform to spread hatred and bigotry alive today. It's actually like astonishing how quickly J.K. Rowling was able to tank her reputation in just a few years on Twitter. For those of you guys that don't know, J.K. Rowling is a TERF. TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. So trans means transgender, exclusionary means to exclude, and then radical feminist means what it sounds like, right? So basically, it's a sect of feminism that excludes trans women from their activism and labels trans women as being predators and dangerous to the rights of cis women, or real women, as they'll say. I do not find TERFs to be real feminists. I don't think that anybody who's actively fighting to take away rights from women is a feminist by any means, any way, shape, or form. However, J.K. Rowling very, very commonly likes to talk about on her platform of Twitter about how she's a feminist, how she cares about women, she's fighting for women's rights and women's safety and whatnot. Well, that's all well and good. That's all well and good. Well, I think that J.K. Rowling should actually learn something about feminism from somebody that she's worked with. I assume plenty of you in chat are familiar with a woman by the name of Emma Watson. She's definitely one of the most well-known actors to have ever lived, mostly came to prominence by playing Hermione in the Harry Potter movies, which obviously J.K. Rowling had a huge part in. She wrote the books and was there for basically every step of the movie's creation, so quite close, as you can imagine. Emma Watson herself, since the Harry Potter movies, has grown up to become quite the public advocate for feminism. And when I say feminism, I mean like actual feminism, not using the label of feminism as an excuse to bully suicidally depressed trans teens on Twitter with 14 followers, but actual feminism. Like this. Let's take a look. Emma Watson's full speech at the UN, the United Nations, on September 20th, 2016. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at this speech that she gave to the United Nations.
Thank you, Irina, for such a generous introduction. And on behalf of the entire He for She team, I also want to thank UNESCO for all of its support. It's meant a lot to us. Thank you all for being here for this important moment. These men from all over the world have decided to make gender equality a priority in their lives and in their universities. Thank you for making this commitment. I graduated from university 4 years ago. I had always dreamed of going, and I know how fortunate
Listen, I know she's British. Let's continue.
I am to have had the opportunity to do so. Brown became my home, my community, and I took the ideas and the experiences I had there into all of my social interactions, into my workplace, into my politics, into all aspects of my life. I know that my university experience shaped who I am. And of course, it does for many people. But what if our experience of university shows us that women don't belong in leadership? What if it shows us that, yes, women can study, but they shouldn't lead a seminar? What if, as still in many places around the world, it tells us that women don't belong there at all? What if, as is the case in far too many universities, we are given the message that sexual violence isn't actually a form of violence? But we know that if you change students' experiences so they have different expectations of the world around them, expectations of equality, society will change. As we leave home for the first time to study at the places that we have worked so hard to get, we must not see or experience double standards. We need to see equal respect, leadership, and pay. The university experience must tell women that their brain power is valued, and not just that, but that they belong within the leadership of the university itself. And so importantly right now, the experience must make it clear that the safety of women, minorities, and anyone who may be vulnerable is a right and not a privilege. A right that will be respected by a community that believes and supports survivors, and that recognizes that when one person's safety is violated, everyone feels their own safety is violated. A university should be a place of refuge that takes action against all forms of violence. That's why we believe that students should leave university believing in, striving for, and expecting societies of true equality. Societies of true equality in every sense, and that universities have the power to be a vital catalyst.
She really just decided she was going to become Hermione, didn't she?
For that change. Our 10 impact champions have made this commitment, and with their work, we know they will inspire students and other universities and schools across the world to do better. I'm delighted to introduce this report on their progress, and I'm eager to hear what's next.
So, it should go to say or should go without saying, that Emma Watson has done for women and for the rights of women and for generally the movement of feminism significantly more with her much smaller platform than J.K. Rowling has. J.K. Rowling has essentially, if anything, just used her platform. For one, J.K. Rowling's a billionaire who just sits in her mansion, her estate, one of her multiple estates she has all day, with like, I think she has like acres and acres of like rolling green hills in her estate. It's like a cobblestone like wall that surrounds it. She lives in like a fucking castle. It looks like she lives in a mini Hogwarts. I've seen the image of her, of like one of her estates, the one she has like in the UK, or one of the estates she has in the UK. I know she has multiple places. Doesn't she literally live in a castle? It looks like a mini Hogwarts. It doesn't look like it was made to look like a mini Hogwarts. It's just, it looks like that castle's been around for, like, the house that she's living in is probably like 1,000 years old or something, or at least over 500 years old. Like, it's a duke lived there once or something. Regardless, though, yeah, J.K. Rowling uses her platform to use feminism as a shield against criticism for spreading bigotry. Emma Watson has used her much smaller platform and much smaller income that she's made from her career, which was started through Harry Potter, you could argue, to do significantly more, and I would argue to do significantly more for the movement of feminism. Now, I'm not here specifically to talk about like J.K. Rowling and Emma Watson and all that today. I mostly want to do this as like an intro to Emma Watson. What else, besides, being a pretty avowed feminist, is Emma Watson very known for? I'll give you a hint. I'm trying to do the emote, or the emoji, but you guys should know. Gay sex? I thought one of you guys would interpret it that way. Docking? I thought you guys would think that. Bottom? God, I hate you. Shy? Anime? Pro-trans? She is pro-trans, yes. But that's not it. Luna, stop trying to eat my corn. Stop trying to eat the corn dog, Luna. That's not your corn dog. That doesn't belong to you. Are you gonna get it, Luna? Hey, Luna. Lonnie's saying she's gonna murder me in the other room because she made me 4 corn dogs and I only ate 1.5.
You did not make me make you 4 corn dogs and you feed them to the cat.
Luna loves them though.
You need to eat.
I did eat though. I did eat. I ate the cookies and a corn dog and then I think I had something before that too.
No, you didn't.
I'm sure I had something. I don't remember everything I ate. The cat's really going at it. Yeah. Oh, she's gonna pick it up. She's really trying. She's gonna get it. I'm sure she can get it. My cat does this with Cheez-Its. Oh! She's working on it. Cheer her on, chat. Cheer her on. Cheer her on. All right, Luna, come on. That's enough corn dog. Come on. Oh, are you gonna get it? Oh God, she's. Come on, Luna. I'll put it. I'm gonna move it over here. You can work on it over there. Come on, Luna. I got a segment to do. Don't end my stream. Don't click one of my end stream buttons. Okay, there you go. Yeah, go between my monitors. Good baby. She squeezes between my two monitors and my desk to get in front of me. But she likes to sleep behind my monitors on my desk because it's right where my computer's heat exhaust is, and so she can just like lay there in this little pocket behind my computer setup where it's super warm and like dark and snuggly for her. So she loves it back there. Oh, yep, she's going at it again. Oh, she's going at it from the side this time. She's using a new strategy. Cats are so fucking weird. Cats are so silly. Okay. The other thing that Emma Watson is known for is, let's be real, she very pretty. A lot of dudes have sexualized the fuck out of Emma Watson for, let's be real, an uncomfortable amount of time. Let's be real, the thirst goes back a little bit too far, okay? The thirst goes back a little bit too far, okay? Emma Watson is being sexualized, has been sexualized by the internet for a very, very long time. And it's sort of been like, for a lot of dudes online, almost like this juggling act between Emma Watson is like one of the hottest girls ever, and also she's crazy and cringe for being like an open and avowed feminist. That's always been like the juggling act that dudes online have always kind of thrown. Now, recently, at some award show or something, Emma Watson, like, there was like a picture or a video or a screen still of her like signing an autograph or something that somebody took, and I guess it's not like the lighting isn't very good, and she's like midway through saying something. It's like when I pause the screen on someone making a dumb face and they look really weird. And then the quartering, I guess, started all of this by tweeting, "This has to be photoshopped, right? Emma Watson is like 31. This looks like one of those apps to age you up." Dude, my favorite thing ever is when conservatives reveal how little like they've ever been around women, like how few women they've known or been close to. That's like my favorite genre of content online. Like the remember that one dude who complained about them taking out the vagina bones from the design of that one anime girl in some like remastered anime? Dude, random reactionaries on the internet, it really is funny. Now, I should say, this demonstrates to me more or less, like, doesn't this kind of prove the point that Emma Watson was making in that interview? When every anime girl doesn't have spine problems? True. Like, there is something here that I think is worth pointing out. Like, Emma Watson has been sexualized to the degree that, like, nobody really would, like, treat, like, no dudes on the internet that would be doing it would even treat her like a person, really. Not really. Like, let's be real. And, you know, Emma Watson has talked about, like, the way that women are treated in society and whatnot. I mean, obviously, she's a feminist. She's talked about this. And, you know, people like the quartering, reactionaries, anti-feminist types, they'll argue against the types of arguments, or even the very arguments in that speech that Emma Watson made. And yet, at the same time, they'll demonstrate things like this. They'll demonstrate that to them, the only value that a woman has in society is their appearance. Now, we obviously already knew this about the quartering. We knew this when he got mad that, like, the 14-year-old main character of that She-Ra reboot wasn't, like, fuckable enough for him, and he did, like, a bunch of videos complaining that the underage character wasn't sexy enough in his opinion. You guys remember that arc? That was great. Conservatives... oh, Jesus. How many Watsons? I know, right? We're covering 2 people who are British with the last name Watson today. Isn't that funny? It is coincidence, though, by the way. I literally didn't even realize it till right as I was going live. It's literally total coincidence. Anyway, I shouldn't have to, like, explain to dudes how laugh lines or, like, making a face works. But, she looks great. She looks fine. I don't know what you're complaining about. Anyway... This just becomes evident. This just shows to me, like, or demonstrates to me more than anything else. Oh, and he got, like, pretty ratioed for this, but he still did get a lot of support. And this post went trending on Twitter. If anybody else wants to link me any of the other schizo posts about this photo, it was wild how many people were complaining about it. The quartering was just the main one that, like, jumped to mind. Like, the first person I could think of that, like, posted an image, of this, so I just jumped to his. But like, if anyone else has other screenshots, I'd be down to show them too. But for the most part, I think that this basically sums up the point, right? People like this don't see any value in women past like their attractiveness or their ability to offer a degree of sexual gratification in the short term. It should really be obvious, you know, it should make obvious to you just how much credibility there is to the criticism that feminists levy when those that criticize those arguments the most prove them right. Anyway. With all that said, if you enjoyed that segment, please consider leaving a like. It helps the video, the channel, and the stream out a lot, and it helps me too. It only takes half a second, and it's totally free, so definitely hit that like button. It makes YouTube continue to tell people that are subscribed to my channel that I'm live, so it makes the viewer count go up. It's always really fun. Also, if you want to follow my social media, it's all linked down below, and if you want to support me financially, you can follow my links down in the description that will lead you to my dono pages. You can donate through Streamlabs, through my website, in the form of a gifted sub, a sub for yourself, or even just a straight up donation. You can do a TTS or media share donation through Streamlabs, pledge me on Patreon, or you can support me on YouTube or Twitch. But with that said, thank you so much for watching, no matter how you support me, and have a good one. That was a good outro. 622 people. God damn. Demon Lord Zadoki. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. You didn't say anything, but I understand what you meant. That puts us at $50 right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, no, it puts us at 45, sorry. Low IQ Zan. I forgot that I immediately add the donos on as soon as I get them, even if I don't read them. Emma Watson was one of the many young girls who men had countdowns to their 18th birthdays. Yeah, it's that kind of shit that I'm talking about, which, Yavin, like the when there's like an underage girl and there's like an 18th birthday countdown clock type thing going on, that behavior is really weird. Like listen, who was it that like turned 18 and then made an OnlyFans and then immediately had like made $3 million the first day? It was the Cash Me Outside girl, right? Like she was like underage and famous for years, and then the second she like turned 18, she made an OnlyFans and then made like $3 million the first day. Like, you know for a fact that wasn't like, oh, $3 million worth of dudes just discovered her on her birthday and were like, oh boy, better go sub to that. No, you know for a fact it was a shit good for her. I mean, good for her, but also not good for the dudes who were like sitting there like what's like like killer whales in the water waiting for like a seal to jump in, you know? Imagine what Millie Bobby Brown's going to have to deal with. Oh, isn't that already a thing? I could have sworn like Millie Bobby Brown's already had to deal with shit like that. She played 11 11 in Stranger Things. Yeah, I remember Philip DeFranco talked about like weird posts being made about her. Yeah, Drake said some weird. I know Drake has been like really weird when it comes to like young girls before. People have always had like an explanation for it, like when I bring it up, like, oh, he didn't know that the girl he pulled from the crowd was only 17. It's like, maybe, but still, yeah, like, isn't Drake like kind of sussy? What did he do? Because I remember there was the underage girl he kissed on stage. I remember that was a thing that happened. I don't remember exactly what the age of the girl was. And then I know that, like, people found it really weird how often he would hang out with Millie Bobby Brown. It's like, bro, she's like 14. You're like a 35-year-old man. Why are you hanging out with this teenage girl? Like, I know she's like a fellow actor, but... Whoa. Demon Lord Zadoki. What? Millie Bobby Brown was voted sexiest woman alive when she was like 13? By who, where, what institution, and in what country? I'm really curious now because I feel like This needed to have been talked about. What the fuck? I know people who are like 20, but I don't know anyone who's 30 because that's weird. Yeah, but like... Okay. Anyway, we got good content today. We got good stuff to talk about. We got fun memes. Chat, if I see this image on my timeline one more time, I'm going to do something drastic. I'm going to do something very drastic if I see this image again. Something very drastic. Someone edited the original Sonic movie, like, Sonic design face onto the panda, like, transformation from turning red. God, it's horrific. I really want them to release an original cut of the Sonic movie with the original CGI design for Sonic. That's the Sonic movie I wanted to see. I'm so mad they changed the design. Like, that's the one thing I wish the internet had never done. I wish the internet had kept the outrage about the design just a bit quieter so that movie would have come out and we could have seen that absolute fucking monstrosity. Can we rewatch the original Sonic trailer with the original design? Let's just look at the original design. Oh, it's so bad. Let's look at this. I'm not playing any audio. It's okay. We shouldn't get copyrighted or anything. What is this shit? I totally misspelled trailer there in the search bar. Look at his little hands. Oh my god.
Gotta go fast.
He looks like a kid wearing a Sonic onesie. He does. He looks like a person in a Sonic onesie suit. Like a tighter one, though, than the one that I have. That's for the Shadow the Hedgehog one. Like a child wearing it. Like a really skinny child. God. Look at the proportions they gave him in this. Oh, God. I would have loved to see that movie. That was a great movie. That original cut was the best movie ever made, I'm sure. He looks like the kid in the original Jumanji. Someone donate $255. Yeah, you guys got to get me in the Shadow onesie now. Any Oilers in chat? Any $255 donating Oilers in chat? Any Oilers? Did you ever do the Sonic stream? The Sonic stream will happen when I hit 75,000 subs. Don't you guys worry. We're on our way, though. We're on our way there. We're on our way. All right, guys. It's time to cringe. Oh, boy. I haven't done one of this guy's videos in a while. Not because, like, he's the peak of intellectual discussion or anything, but because I feel like every time I watch one of his videos, I just want to tear my eyeballs out the whole time because they're so cringy. You guys know,
Welcome
it's
to capitalism.
PJW.
Asterisk Avalon of Babylon asterisk has donated $5.
Thank you. Yeah, we're watching PJW, and we're gonna cringe. For those of you guys that don't know, PJW put out a video called World War Woke. Oh, I just realized I'm not showing chat. Let me go ahead and do that really quick. There we go. That's how it's supposed to look. Anyway, he put out a video called World War Woke. It's got 647,000 views. Good God, we're going back to 2016, as you can see. Yeah, World War Woke. Oh boy. Let's go. It's only 6 minutes long. Hopefully our suffering won't be too much. I can survive anything for 6 minutes.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Explosions right across this vast country.
Turns out that electing a president who can't even say Kiev properly,
the capital city of Kyiv,
and who responded to the attack by going to bed.
Wait, what? Calling it Kyiv is respectful to the Ukrainians. Ukrainians call it Kyiv, and Russians call it Kyiv, with more of a like two-syllable thing. Kiev is how you're supposed to pronounce it if you're Ukrainian. He's just doing like, I don't know if he doesn't know that or if he's like mad that Biden's pronouncing it the way Ukrainians pronounce it. Because he is like a Russian shill. He is paid by Russia, no doubt. I mean, he works for InfoWars. You think InfoWars isn't pro-Russia?
Didn't deter Putin. The White House issued a press release saying that Biden will publicly address the crisis sometime, quote, tomorrow afternoon, presumably after he wakes up from his third nap of the day. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi...
Dude, this guy literally spent the entire Trump presidency and the time leading up to it making fun of SNL for making Trump bad jokes repeatedly. You can't do that for 5 years. Sorry, 6 years. And then do exactly that with Biden's sleepy Biden dementia jokes for 4 years, okay? It's been 2.5... We started the sleepy Biden memes. The left invented the sleepy Biden memes. We were using them against him back when he was running against Bernie, that he was like going dementia and he was falling asleep and he wasn't there. That was literally a lefty meme that he's adopting. I love this. By the way, my favorite thing about PJW videos has to be how hard he tries to appeal to Zoomers. It's so hilarious. Like, with the, obviously at the start, we had the, what's the name of this aesthetic? You guys know it. It's not cyberpunk. There's a weird name for it. The one with all the neon glow. Vaporwave. Yeah, synthwave or vaporwave. Yeah, like the vaporwave aesthetic the bop and Zoomers loved 3 years ago.
Pelosi doesn't even know what country Russia invaded.
Well, if you look at the map and you see Hungary, and you see how it is encircled, Hungary.
Turns out that repealing Trump's ban on transgenders in the military...
What? Did she just misspeak? What? You couldn't even hear what she was saying because the sound of the clicking. This is unironically the peak of conservative engagement. I still listen to Vaporwave. Listen, Vaporwave music is fine. I'm talking about the aesthetic. The hippin' and hoppin' Zoomers used to all love Vaporwave like fucking 3 years ago is when that was like popular. Mostly what I'm pointing out here is that PJW really does try hard with all like the memes, the zoom ins, the edits and everything to make his content like as appealing to Zoomers as possible. It's actually very similar to what Noah Samsen does. Like when you watch Noah Samsen's videos and he has like the bass boosted fart noises or the zoom ins and the little funny meme edits, it's meant to appeal to Zoomers because Zoomers have very low attention spans. Apparently every Zoomer has ADHD at this point. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised. And it's just the short attention spans of people on the internet. The internet makes your attention span shorter, and thus content creators meant to appeal to Zoomers make their content more fast-paced and impossible to understand.
Turns out that repealing Trump's ban on transgenders in the military didn't deter Putin. Turns out that the Pentagon's effort to help non-binary people...
What? What does trans people in the military have to do with Putin invading Ukraine? Isn't PJW why'd he say us? Is he referring to the US government or is he referring to his homeland? That fictional place he comes from. Dude, I swear to God, why are all these fucking foreigner conservative figures from Canada and the UK, these fucking foreigners coming in here and telling me how to, an American, how to run my country? These goddamn foreigners from Canada and the goddamn UK coming here to America to tell me, an American, how to run my goddamn country. I'm tired of it, goddammit. Goddamn limey Britbongers coming here telling me how to run my goddamn country. I'm an American, goddammit. This motherfucker doesn't know anything about freedom. He comes from from a place where they knock on your door if you make a joke about the queen or whatever. I think that happened. I think somebody made a joke about the queen that was like admittedly pretty distasteful, and that guy got like a knock on his door by British Secret Service. It was that'll still happen here depending on what you say, but like here in America, you got a little bit more freedom with what you can say. If Canada is a fictional paradise, Britain is the horrible dystopia. Listen, okay? If you've ever seen the TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer, you know how there's like hell worlds, like different dimensions that are habitable to like demons? That's what the UK is, okay? The UK is just a hell world. It's a place where, because of all the clouds in the sky and the lack of rain, it makes it habitable to vampires and demons. So yeah, that's where they come from.
People who identify as they, them, serve openly in the military didn't deter Putin. Putin's manly recruitment ads stand no chance against Ukraine's they, them army. Really, how did that work out for you?
Hey, there he is. We got our boy. What is he even saying here? They, them army? Is this...
Military didn't deter Putin. Putin's manly recruitment ads stand no chance against Ukraine's they, them army. Really, how did that work out for you? Turns out NATO's commitment...
Okay, so... There was a joke about they, them army, and then him responding to... Do you know what tweet he was responding to there? Because I do. Do you want to know why PJW didn't show what tweet he was responding to there? Do you want to know what tweet he was responding to there? It was a tweet about Russian forces advancing into a city and killing civilians. That's what he was saying fuck about, was that the Russian military was advancing into a civilian area, and there were reports of civilians being killed by Russian military. So that's why PJW didn't show the tweet Vaush was replying to. No, to make this clear, though, PJW doesn't know, like, anything about real politics. Under no circumstances would the power of the U.S. military ever be relevant. We're not sending soldiers or troops to the ground to fight right now. This isn't even part of the discussion. The only part that the U.S. is going to play in this is going to be sanctions and stuff like that, like putting pressure on Russia to stop the invasion. We've also given like lethal aid to Ukraine. We've given them weapons and like javelin missiles. Also, I do like the implication that like this is like PJW gloating about how Ukraine is going to lose, and yet it's been like weeks, and Ukraine has, if we're being honest, been handing Russia their asses. Everybody expected Ukraine to have fallen so much longer ago, and they have literally just been putting up an insane fight. The amount of casualties they've given to the Russians has been impressive, even if like the Ukrainian casualties are being downplayed. It's been really fucking pog to see how well they've held up. I mean, it's still serious, and we still need to be like going against it, and Ukraine's probably not going to turn out very well in the end of all of this, even if it, best case scenario, does end in Russia retreating and ending this. But like, yeah, I don't know what this has to do with like the US and they, them army. Like, Ukraine doesn't have a they, them army. Like, their army is just, you know, an army. I don't know what this, it was a joke.
To inclusion and diversity didn't deter Putin.
Thank you.
NATO
diversity
is our strength.
Putin waited until the West was weakly led, low on patriotism and manhood, with the media obsessed over domestic trivialities and politicians with a penchant for waging war on their own citizens. Perfect timing. Meanwhile, they're still...
Dude, I love that conservative journalism is literally finding somebody who tweeted something on Twitter with a lot of likes, and then that's my source. That's unironically going to be his source. That's his source for the argument that Putin invaded Ukraine because right now Democrats are running America, and so the West is weak. That's going to be his source. Also, this is my favorite thing about PJW videos. He uses his own articles from InfoWars as a source. He's probably done it already. I'll point it out if he does it again in this video. But he'll show, like, he'll say a thing has happened, and he'll show an article up on the screen. And the implication is, oh, he's citing, like, an article to cite his sources. But if you actually look up the article, you come to find out it's from his website, InfoWars, and he wrote it. And the source is his website and his website, InfoWars journalists, unnamed InfoWars journalists, or like Project Veritas or some other equally uncredible organization. This right here, peak conservative journalism.
Still seems to be a lot of confusion about whether this represents a world war or merely woke war one. I feel like I'm watching George Floyd die again, only the country version. We all stand around knowing this is wrong but helpless to stop it. What can we do? Hashtag Ukraine is George Floyd.
So now what he's going to do is just show a bunch of like lefty tweets of people saying silly things and use that as an argument. So enjoy that for the next 20 minutes.
Floyd reports that
however long this video is, 5 minutes.
Russian Spetsnaz soldiers have already begun tearing down George Floyd murals in Kiev have been denied. I've got a question for you. Do you think what Putin's done is worse than racism? But Putin said he attacked Ukraine to fight the Nazis. Wait, didn't the legacy media and political class just spend the last 5 years telling us that political violence is justified so long as you're fighting Nazis? Antifa literally means anti-fascist.
He's doing the meme! Hey, chat. Hey, you know how I keep on saying tankies and Nazis are exactly the same? You know how I keep on saying that tankies are just Nazis with, like, they just painted a hammer and sickle over the swastika? Almost, do you want to bet we're going to get the biolabs in this one? Do you think we're going to get the Fox Die biolabs in this video? That conspiracy theory, that one's one of my favorites. I love the idea that there's a sizable portion of people in the world that think Fox Die is real. That is the funniest shit to me. That is the funniest shit in the world to me.
Fascism. They're fighting Nazis. How could you oppose that?
By the way, for those of you guys that don't know, the Nazis in Ukraine are the meme or the conspiracy theory of that comes from the Azov battalion, which like is a battalion of 2,500 to 3,000 soldiers, and like 2% of them or something are suspected to be white supremacists. And by suspected, they probably are, like most certainly, like they have to say suspected, but like probably are, because there are pictures of people in the Azov battalion holding up swastika like flags and stuff. So I'm sure there's Nazis there. Every country has a Nazi problem. Nobody thinks that one country invading another because there are Nazis in its population are justified. This is right here, peak conservative whataboutism. I feel like we're saying this is peak conservative a lot of things, but it really is.
Putin literally used the Antifa excuse. We're fighting Nazis, therefore we're virtuous. Isn't Putin just on a grand scale punching a Nazi? So yeah, save me the contrived sanctimony of a political class that has venerated political violence as a force for moral good, suddenly wetting...
I can count this guy's nose hairs. He needs to angle his face down a little bit. Like, this guy leans his face back like this when he speaks. I swear to God, I can see all the way up his nose. You got any bats in the hangar, buddy? You got any bats in the hangar, my boy? I don't know. Maybe.
The bed in response to an overwhelming...
He looks like a Big Mouth character was brought to life, doesn't he? He really does. He looks like a Big Mouth character was made into a real person.
Show of political violence. Save me the feigned outrage of a legacy media that dismissed and ignored the riotous destruction of American cities, now being up in arms about the destruction of Ukrainian airports, the fiery but mostly peaceful obliteration of Ukraine's entire military infrastructure.
How much would you like to bet that if the US had like sent in troops as a deterrent against Russia's advance and then pulled out, and then Russia came and took Kiev and like took over Ukraine, not too dissimilar to what happened in Afghanistan, how much do you want to bet that just like with Afghanistan, PJW would criticize Biden for it? You guys know he would. The right would be doing that because it has to be, no matter what, Biden bad. What is this? Is this supposed to... Oh yeah, I saw this clip because of Shoe on Head. Yeah, Shuan had posted this where CNN was showing the clip of the city with the air raid sirens, then immediately cuts to an Applebee's commercial. Dude, my favorite thing ever is when conservatives criticize something like a week after the left on Twitter already criticized it. And then they're worse at criticizing it too. Their jokes and their dunks on it are worse than the lefty jokes and dunks on it from Twitter a week before. It's like how when you go on Facebook and all the conservative boomers in there are posting memes, they're all like memes that were popular on Twitter a year ago, because the boomers on Facebook take like a year or so to catch up to like Twitter and Reddit and all the other platforms. Like the memes start on Reddit or 4chan, then they get popularized with the Zoomers on Twitter, and then they get fully normified and die out once Facebook gets to them, you know? Like that's memes with the right. Like the right will criticize something the left has already done or has already criticized like weeks ago, and they'll do a worse job at it. They're like, their dunks aren't even as funny.
Save me the crocodile tears of NATO apologists. The same people who
NATO apologists? I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know if PJW could explain what NATO's purpose is. Like if I asked PJW, what do you think NATO's for? I don't think he'd be able to explain it.
Vehemently supported NATO bombing Libya in much the same manner that Russia bombed Ukraine. Save me the moral.
What? Much like the way much like the way Russia is bombing Ukraine? For one, conservatives engage in nothing but whataboutism, but also NATO, what's happened with Libya is not comparable with Russia and Ukraine. This is something that's always very frustrating to me about people on the internet. This isn't even a conservative thing. Lefties do this shit too, where it's like, you can't talk about how a thing is bad without people trying to compare it to another bad thing. And the implication is, wait, let's not talk about the bad thing you're raising awareness about. We got to talk about the other bad thing first. And it's like, there are billions of people on this planet, okay? We can multitask on simultaneous issues. It doesn't have to be a what about. What if it was a, hey, what Russia is doing in Ukraine is really bad. Let's talk about that. Okay, cool. Hey, did you also know what happened in Libya? Let's talk about that too. That's a problem. Like, it doesn't have to be a, well, if what Russia is doing is so bad in Ukraine, then why weren't the left all up in arms about what NATO is doing in fucking Libya? Everybody is mad about Western influence in the global South, as lefties like to call it. It's usually how I always heard it referred to, like instead of like third world countries, because I guess that's sort of an offensive term, I guess, or outdated term. I don't know. Regardless, people online, when they talk about like any foreign policy thing, and I want to make it very clear here, guys, I'm not very smart when it comes to foreign policy, but I know enough that like if someone's bringing up a specific issue and someone else's response is to do a whataboutism, then they're probably not acting very honestly.
Grandstanding of people who hate America, saying Americans who don't blindly swallow Biden White House narratives are anti-American traitors. The way the right wing is openly rooting for Russia and its authoritarian leader is one of the most amazing.
I mean, this is just PJW coping because he's getting called out by the left for covering for Putin in Russia. Like, I mean, you get called out for being a shill for Russia, and you're gonna have to cope about it in a video. That's what happens.
Amazing things I've ever seen. Save me the cope and seethe of those who voted for.
The projection is amazing.
For the deep state war administration. Now suddenly.
Dude, I love when in 2022 people say deep state unironically. I love that shit.
Complaining about war, sold uranium to Russia, Democrats, Crimea invaded.
By the way, when they say the deep state, they mean the Jews. They mean the Jews when they say that, in case it's not already obvious. It's that PJW's a Nazi. We've known this for a while.
Democrats, US domestic pipeline shut down, Democrats. Nuclear power halted, Democrats. Ukraine invaded again, Democrats. Starting to notice a pattern. Now the same people.
Dude. Thank you, Mike Cernovich, for your amazing insight. Thank you for the Mike Cernovich tweet. That is Mike Cernovich, right? It's just Cernovich, but I mean, I don't know what Mike Cernovich looks like. I just know that the only famous person with that last name is Mike Cernovich, so I assume that's who it is. Thank you for the Mike Cernovich tweet. I'm sure that that's a very good source, PJW. Very good journalism, my guy. Great source, dude.
Played it again, Democrats.
I see Alex Jones is rubbing off on him. Listen, Alex Jones and PJW absolutely charge their JO crystals together, okay? I've been thinking about getting a JO crystal for a while now. It helps. It gives you power, all right? If you have enough people JOing together, when you've got enough JO crystals around, it can gather enough energy to give, frankly, terrifying levels of power. But yeah, the reason why Alex Jones is such a powerful individual has to do with how often he charges his JO. PJW doesn't charge his JO anywhere near as often, and that's why he's so much weaker than Alex Jones is.
Starting to notice a pattern. Now the same people who usually hate the mere concept of nation states and borders have all added the Ukraine flag to their Twitter bio. One thing about the Democrat Ukraine-Russia narrative is that it serves...
I don't care about this. I don't care about criticizing random people on Twitter for, like, virtue signaling support for a country being invaded because they have the flag in their bio. Like, this to me is what's so evident about, like, the disconnect between conservatives and progressives. Like, you watch a progressive, like a video from a progressive, and it's like, hey, this bill is being passed right now. They're trying to make it, like, illegal to talk about being gay in schools in Florida right now. And then you watch a conservative video, and it's like, people on Twitter are getting mad at me. People on Twitter have pronouns in their bio. People on Twitter put a country's flag in their name. Like, that is literally all they have to complain about. Meanwhile, if you're on the left, or God forbid you're part of a marginalized group, you're like, yeah, they're trying to pass a policy right now that will make, like, talking about my existence illegal in schools. So yeah, that's that kind of sucks. Yeah, like the disconnect is phenomenal. Hey, Lonnie, can you let Luna out? She's meowing like crazy. I don't think she heard me. I don't think Lonnie's watching the stream right now. Blanket. Twitter is literally upholding the online right content-wise. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the Twitter people themselves, like, came out and said that they specifically are more generous to conservative pundits on the platform. Like, there was, like, an article that came out in which, like, the previous CEO of Twitter and a few of the other higher-ups that are still there now, all said that in order to prevent, like, basically every single conservative politician from being banned off of Twitter, they've had to modify the TOS to not apply as strictly to Republican politicians and Republican public figures on the platform. Otherwise, like, they literally admitted that if they actually employed their TOS as consistently as they should, there wouldn't be, like, basically every conservative pundit would be off of Twitter. Hey, can I actually... Here, we should actually go over that article. It's actually really good. This is from 5 months ago. Even more recent than I was talking about. This is from the Guardian. Twitter admits bias in algorithm for right-wing politicians and news outlets. Home feed promotes right-wing tweets over those from the left, internal research finds. Twitter has admitted it amplifies more tweets from right-wing politicians and news outlets than content from left-wing sources. The social media platform examined tweets from elected officials in 7 countries: the UK, US, Canada, France, Germany, Spain, and Japan. It also studied whether political content from news organizations was amplified on Twitter, focusing primarily on US news sources such as Fox News, The New York Times, and BuzzFeed. The study compared Twitter's home timeline, the default way its 200 million users are served tweets, in which an algorithm tailors what users see, with the traditional chronological timeline where the most recent tweets are ranked first. The research found that in 6 out of 7 countries, apart from Germany, which is, you know, a pretty left-wing country generally. Tweets from right-wing politicians received more amplification from the algorithm than those from the left. Right-leaning news organizations were more amplified than those of the left, and generally politicians' tweets were more amplified by an algorithmic timeline than by the chronological timeline. According to a 27-page research document, Twitter found a statistically significant difference favoring the political right wing in all countries except Germany. Under the research, a value of 0% meant tweets reached the same number of users on the algorithm tailored timeline as on its chronological counterpart, whereas a value of 100% meant the tweets achieved double the reach. On this basis, the most powerful discrepancy between the right and the left was in Canada, where liberals were getting 43%, while conservatives got 167%. Followed by the UK, where Labour got 112% and conservatives with 176%. Even excluding top government officials, the results were similar, the document said. Twitter said it wasn't clear why its home timeline produced these results and indicated that it may now need to change its algorithm. A blog post by Ramesh Chowdhury, Twitter's director of software engineering, and Luca Belli, a Twitter researcher, said the findings could be problematic and that more study is needed to be done. The post acknowledged that it was concerning if certain tweets received preferential treatment as a result of the way in which users interacted, but because of the inbuilt way the algorithm works. Whew. So, yeah, Twitter literally admitted with an internal study that they favor right-wing content on their platform. Zan, what's your opinion on conservatives who complain about rich people? I mean, typically when they complain about rich people and they're conservative, they're not complaining about rich people because they're rich. I'm trying to find the one where they talk about bans. Twitter admits to conservative favoritism bans. I'm not trying to hear about the algorithm boosting conservative content. Okay, so here's one from Forbes. On Monday, the hashtag conservative Twitter began to trend just as a new study on social media claimed that there is no anti-conservative bias. At the present time, there is no conservative Twitter, and Parler, the service had a large conservative following, remains essentially shuttered from Amazon's web services, stopped hosting the platform in early January. The actions by AWS were in response to the site being frequented by extremists and following the January 6th storming of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Parler CEO John Matze was among the few to actually post on the since shuttered service, as he did last week, writing, "We should, in spirit of parlay, place aside our differences, place aside our biases of one another, and have respectful conversation in order to improve our society. We shall check our baggage at the door and start fresh with one another." As for conservative Twitter, it was essentially something said by White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, I don't know how it's pronounced, who was called out by right-leaning filmmaker Dinesh D'Souza, tweeting, Psaki admits, I don't know how her name is pronounced, I'm sorry, it's spelled P-S-A-K-I, admits conservative Twitter is in her head by holding her accountable by always circling back. I don't know. This article doesn't seem as important. My main point is there was an article that came out like 2 years ago or something where Twitter admitted that when it comes to the TOS and how they apply it to specifically conservative political pundits, they apply it significantly more generously to conservative political pundits, because they admitted that if they applied the standards as harshly as they do to everybody else, to conservatives, they'd just be banning every conservative off the platform. If they just banned everybody who posted something racist or posted something transphobic or homophobic, or if they just banned basically bigotry, there wouldn't be any conservatives on the platform. They admitted that. They have the inside data. They said the vast majority of conservative users on the platform do break the TOS, and it would be a massive purge if they actually acted on all of the TOS breaks the right does in their platform. It was like, I remember reading the article and getting mad, because it was basically them saying, yeah, no, we just can't ban them. It'll be too big of a hit to our platform to do so. We can't uphold the TOS equally to them. That was more or less what they said. Anyway, that should demonstrate to you just the level of credibility that conservative journalism has. If you enjoyed this segment, this video, or me, please consider leaving a like. It helps me, the segment, and the video, and the channel out a lot more than you even realize, and it's totally free. We got 632 people watching right now, totally live. We probably don't even have 200 likes in the stream. What is that shit? Like the stream. Like it right now. Like the stream. Hit that like button. It takes half a second. And you know what? I bet a bunch of people just like the like button, or just hit the like button because I told them to. But now there's a whole other section of the people watching right now that didn't even hit the like button. Do you really want to be one of those people? Do you want to be one of those people that still hasn't hit the like button? One of those people that doesn't help the stream just by moving a few inches to the left or to the right, maybe, to grab your mouse and click the like button? Now, a bunch of people just hit the like button because I said that. Now there's a whole other group of people who still haven't hit it. Why haven't you hit it yet? The people who still haven't hit the like button, why haven't you hit the like button yet? What excuse do you have not to hit the like button? Why are you special? I'm curious. Don't be the last asshole who doesn't hit the like button. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Come on. Don't be that guy, gal, or pal. Don't be that person. Anyway, if you want to follow my social media, it's also linked down below in the video stream and segment description. And if you want to support me financially, the links are down below as well. You can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website. And you can also support me on Streamlabs, Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. No matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Yeah. Whew. Avalon of Babylon, thank you for the $5 donation. Says not 250, but never. But please never show that cursed thing again. I might if you don't donate it again. I'm just kidding. In a Pickle, thank you for the $50 donation. That is 10 tier 1 gifted subs right there. God damn. Said the Xander chat needs a little more color. Indeed it does. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. In a Pickle, thank you for the $50. Very kind of you. That is a lot of fucking money. This one. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Says, yay, I'm a purple name now. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Very
Welcome
kind of you. And Puffle Cakes, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Coming in the last second, saying, last I was here, I told Zan blowing down in PNW. See y'all soon. I had no idea that I was so old. Blowing down is now antiquated. Yeah, I don't know what blowing down means. I'm gonna be completely honest. Is that boomer language that I just don't get? Thank you for the tier 3 sub, though. I appreciate that. I think that's $20 right there, unless that was a 3-monther, Puffle Cakes. How much was that, Puffle Cakes? Oh, and then an extra 2 tier 1 gifted subs to CTH420, an alien dude as well. Thank you, Puffle Cakes. Plus 10. Thank you, Puffle Cake. Says, I was blowing down as in getting blasted, blazed, and ripped. I was pie-eyed, zonked, couch-locked, and toasted. I was very, very high, kids. Okay, you could have just said high as fuck, but okay. I did not know what blowing down meant, but I guess that means high as fuck. Okay. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Puffle Cakes. Was that a 3-monther, though? Was your tier 3 a 3-monther or 1-monther? I'm just curious. You alive, Puffle Cakes? All right, I'm just going to go ahead and assume it was a 1-monther then, and go ahead and add $20. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and assume it was $20 then, Puffle Cakes. All right, that puts us at 140 then. Hell yeah, thank you guys. I hate that I have to manually add up the donos to the dono goal. I wish it would just automatically get added when people donate. But the way that I do the specific dono alerts based on sub tiers requires me to do a little weird stuff behind the scenes that doesn't make that possible. Do you have enough money right now, Xanderhal? For what? No, I don't have enough money. I don't have enough money for 3090. Listen, okay? Like, all I can really think of as far as, like, things I want to buy at this point, like, expensive things I want to buy, is, like, a car. I'd like to get a car. I'd like to get a house. And I'd like to get a 3090. Those are the 3 expensive things that I'd like to buy in the hopefully near-ish future. Puffle Cakes, thanks to the tier 1, give the sub to One Piece 34, said, this is also 1 month. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. That puts us at 145. Hell yeah. Thank you, Puffle Cakes. Puffle Cakes is oiling today. God damn. Good lord. All right, guys. Do you want to know what we're about to do? I'm renaming the stream. Check that title. You guys should be able to figure it out. It is
saying the purpose of...
God damn it. I fucking hate YouTube so much. Any app that automatically starts playing a video the second you put it into full screen is poorly designed. Anything that starts playing the instant you click, that like YouTube should make it so you have to press play on a video for it to start playing. I hate that it, like, I'll pause a video because I don't want it to start playing right away and give away what it is while I'm showing just my screen, and then I'll put it into full screen and it starts playing faster than I can possibly pause it. Aaron ordered Applebee's, so we got you boneless wings. Oh, she got me boneless wings? Pog. Hell yeah. Lonnie got me boneless wings. My browser setting block autoplay? Hell yeah. Boneless wings, you mean tendies? No, boneless wings.
Of the alliance is to contain Russia. Contain Russia from doing what?
Anyway, we're reacting to the Destiny versus Nicholas J. Fuentes debate. Whether or not I'm going to record my reaction to this fucking thing is, I'm not going to record it. However, what I will do is put it on 1.25 speed, and we'll watch it, and if it ends up being a good segment, then Cherry can come cut it out of the VOD and make it into a segment. But yeah, let's go ahead and watch. You guys ready?
Keep saying the purpose of the alliance is to contain Russia. Contain Russia from doing what? Invading their neighboring countries? Like, if Russia didn't engage in these actions, it shouldn't really matter. That, again, we're always framing this in the case of U.S. security interests versus Russian security interests. Is Ukrainian security interest just not at play here? Do we just not care about this? And Ukraine has a genuine security interest in that they want themselves to be a sovereign country with the right to decide which alliances they will or will not join. And the idea that there might be NATO bases here in the future, that Biden is open to inspection, the idea that down the road, maybe second strike capabilities are lost in Russia and now they just get nuked by the U.S. because we can do so with impunity. Maybe that'll happen 30 years from now. So now today we need to take over Ukraine. I don't know. I totally don't buy that as a reason. I feel like you could use that same justification then for Russia to essentially invade anybody they want that's near their borders and isn't claiming.
Thanks for watching my videos, and if you don't, fuck you. Personally, I have had sexual relationships with both your parents. Xanderhal's next tweet. That is more or less my go-to insult. Yeah, that is my go-to insult. Telling people that I fucked their mom is my go-to insult. And it's not an insult, it's just a true statement of fact.
Claimed up by normativity from that. You're not telling me whether Russia's decision is right or wrong, or whether it's morally or whatever justified. You're just telling me that Russia will seek to basically annex whatever neighbor it can if it perceives there to be a security threat, which again is just a stronger argument for a more aggressive expansion.
Violent revolution.
Why are you saying democratic when part of the reasons why he was protested so heavily is because he literally tried to pass like 10 anti-protest laws? That's not democratic either. I support from the majority of.
But I'm a realist.
Yeah, but you're a realist and also sucks. We are debating about the justification of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The February invasion of Ukraine cannot be justified by any means that are not.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Oh boy. Yeah, who would have thought? Nick Fuentes, I would probably say, you know what? Nick Fuentes has earned this. I would argue the most popular neo-Nazi on the internet right now. I will give Nick Fuentes credit where credit is due. the most popular openly neo-Nazi figure on the internet. He agrees 100% with Haas and all the other tankies on this issue. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the most popular open neo-Nazi on the internet would agree with Russia and the tankies? Who could have predicted something like that? I certainly couldn't have. Somniostatic, thanks for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is based as fuck. Thank you for the $25. That's a lot of money and very generous of you, my friend. I added that, right?
Welcome to
I think I
capitalism,
added it to the dono goal. I think that got us up to 170. Let me check. Yeah, it got us up to 170. I counted it good. Thank you, Somniostatic. And CoinDog, thanks for the tier 1 sub, says, is it true you're taking lock and load so you can be a soft serve ice cream machine? Listen, okay? Dude, lock and load will make you feel like a living soft serve ice cream machine, okay? Like, dude. Gets the job done. CoinDog, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. That puts us at 175. Good lord, thank you. I think Vaush said that he was going to start taking lock and load. I don't know if he actually bought it, though, and has started taking it yet. I tried to ask in his last stream, but he didn't see my message, so you guys will have to ask him if he started taking lock and load yet, because he DM'd me and he asked about it, and I sent him the link to buy it, so I don't know if he actually got it.
Overt Russian propaganda or statements that entirely dismiss the sovereignty and right to self-determination of the Ukrainian people. This invasion into Ukraine must be opposed by any means necessary, short of direct military conflict, by anyone in the West who values any of the basic tenets of liberalism or the rights of any nation to determine their own path forward in the world. Tonight, Nick might try and convince you that NATO promised it would not expand 1 inch further to the east, ignoring that these comments were originally made by Secretary of State James Baker in 1990 with regards to NATO expanding its military presence into eastern Germany, which remains demilitarized to this day. In an interview with Russia Beyond the Headlines, Gorbachev himself, the Soviet leader in 1990 during these negotiations, responded to a question asking why NATO promises hadn't been legally encoded, with Gorbachev responding, and I quote, "The topic of NATO expansion was not discussed at all, and it wasn't brought up in those years. Another issue we brought up was discussed, making sure that NATO's military structures would not advance and that additional armed forces would not be deployed on the territory of the then GDR after German reunification. Baker's statement was made in that context. Everything that could have been and needed to be done to solidify the political obligation was done and fulfilled," end quote. Nick may try to say that some verbal assurances were made between leaders, but why would anyone ever expect the geopolitical landscape of an entire continent be dictated by verbal agreements made in 1990 between only 2 nations, one that no longer even exists? This is even less reliable.
Vaush, you mean gay Zan?
But when you consider that the entire security situation would have radically changed with the rapid dissolution of the Soviet Union and, along with it, the Warsaw Pact. Perhaps Nick will try to tell you that NATO represents a real security threat against Russia. To that, I have to ask, a security threat preventing what exactly? Is it the invasion of Russia, which there is absolutely zero precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the destruction of Russian forces in Russian territory, which there is also no precedent for any NATO country doing? Is it the annihilation of Russian forces in Russian allied territory by NATO countries, which has only happened when Russia has lied about its deployed paramilitary forces, as they did in 2018 in Syria during the Battle of Kasham? Perhaps, if I may suggest, instead what NATO represents is a threat to Russia's ability to undermine and interfere with the politics of its neighboring countries. Imagine a situation where Russia recognizes 2 independent...
What I would have said is, what NATO really does is prevent Russia from basically doing exactly what Russia, or at least the politicians that have run Russia for the last, decade plus have been saying they want to do, which is rebuild the glory of the USSR and the Soviet Union. NATO has NATO and more or less the West, and NATO kind of acts as like a not an arm of, but almost like a sit-in, or not a sit-in, like an allegory, I guess you could say, in this whole situation for the West as a whole, like Western intervention in this scenario having to do with Russia, in Eastern Europe and whatnot. Like, it seems like their main purpose for at least the last decade, as far as I can tell, if not more, it seems like Zanok's saying at least the last 25 years. So possibly since the fall of the Soviet Union in the fucking first place, it seems likely that there's always been a desire among the ruling powers in Russia to return Russia to the glory of the Soviet Union. To do that, that's going to require a significant amount of military mobilization. You're going to have to annex territories. You're going to build buffer states, which is, obviously what Russia's been trying to do. They're trying to retake these old, these old Soviet states and make them into bumper states again, like they were back in the day, or even just annex their territory. It's very clearly them trying to rebuild that kind of empire. It's peak imperialism. It's just imperialism. It just doesn't look like the same type of imperialism the US or most Western countries do. Well, actually, it looks exactly like it. It just doesn't, to lefties and to dumb conservatives, it doesn't look like it, and so they fall for the propaganda. I don't think Nick Fuentes has fallen for any propaganda. I think Nick Fuentes is a propaganda spewer. I think his fans fall for it, and I think the tankies fall for it just as much.
Self-proclaimed republics that no one else in the world recognizes. They then send in their military to secure peace, not only in the contested region, but to march far beyond that to the rest of the country, simply out of fear of the election of a democratic leader who favors dealing with the West more than Russia. I'm not even talking about the modern-day conflict in Ukraine, but instead, this is the story of the 2008 Russo-Georgian War, where instead of the self-proclaimed republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, it was the self-proclaimed republics of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Instead of securing the important geographical funnel of Ukraine, it was establishing loyalist states in the South Caucasus region. How many of these strategically vital wars are we forced to allow Russia to engage in? I wonder if Nick will bring up broken promises and agreements of the Soviet Union and Russia that were actually put to paper. It could be the 1990 Paris Charter signed by the USSR, which, and I quote, fully recognized the freedom of states to choose their own security arrangements. Will Nick mention the NATO-Russia Founding Act of 1997, product of 4 months of intense negotiations between the Secretary General of NATO, Javier Solana, and the Russian Foreign Minister Primakov, which established the PJC, or Russian NATO Permanent Joint Council, that committed both NATO and Russia to, and I quote, build together a lasting and inclusive peace in the Euro-Atlantic area on the principle.
Lord Corporal, thanks for the $2 Canadian donation, says, you the Xanderhal from Old Red Bar Radio? With an exclamation point and a question mark. I don't know who that is. I didn't know there was another Xanderhal, but I don't know what Red Bar Radio is, or Old Red Bar Radio. But if there's another Xanderhal or another person going by that name, I at least would like to know about it. So hit me up with like the deets on that, Lord Corporal, because I'm curious. I was under the assumption that like the name Xanderhal was something completely new. Like I made that name by combining the end of my first name and beginning of my last name together. So I figured it was probably like a completely never before used name. So I'm surprised that anyone else has gone by it before. I'm pretty sure it's Highlander rules if there's another one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to kill that person. Yeah. Don't worry, I've been watching a lot of Dexter lately. I think I should be prepared for that.
Democracy and cooperative security. I wonder if he'll mention any of the Budapest memorandums, 3 separate agreements signed in 1994 between the world's nuclear powers to eliminate the existence of nuclear weapons in Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. An agreement, I should say, that required these 3 countries to give up the most reliable means they had of securing their sovereignty in exchange for promises of, and again I quote,
Russian power on the European continent. Of course,
oh, damn it. I dropped my vape on my keyboard and it skipped this ahead. Where were we? I think we were in Destiny's opening.
Funnel of Ukraine. It was establishing loyalist states in the South Caucasus region. How many of these...
Chat, do you have any idea where we were? Do you have any idea where we were, chat? No. All right, we'll just play it from here. We're never going to find where we were. We're like 5 minutes in. All right, we'll jump to like 6 minutes.
Committed during said conflict. Is Putin worried that his attacks today on Mariupol, Kharkiv, Kherson, and against countless civilians in Ukraine resemble too closely the absolute destruction he wrought in 2015 at the city of Aleppo during the Syrian civil war, or the 2017...
Let me just say, by the way, I've never once used a YouTube hotkey on purpose. Never once have I purposefully been like, ooh, let me skip to like 8/10 of the way into the video and click 8 to do that. Like, it's always been like, oh, my cat stepped on my keyboard and made me lose my place in the video. Oh, I dropped something on my keyboard and lost my place in the video. Honestly, some of the hotkeys on YouTube could just be done away with, and I would not have a problem with it. Like, nobody has ever used YouTube's hotkeys. Like, it's never been useful. The spacebar one to pause is good, but other than that, honestly, it just makes you lose your spot in your video. In a Pickle, thanks to the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the $25. Holy shit, you are based. Said fine, just one more dono for chat. Thank you. Very, very generous. That puts us at 200. Oof. Hell yeah, 200. Look at that, guys. We're 100 away from the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. $100 away. You guys are so close. You guys can taste it.
7,000 civilians killed when Grozny was decimated during the First Chechen War in 1994 within his own borders? Does NATO intervention in Kosovo stop the ethnic cleansing of Albanians by Yugoslavia scare Putin? Does he see himself as a Milosevic, the first sitting head of state to be charged with war crimes, a man who was complacent with genocide occurring under his own military? Is he worried that he may want a repeat of what he did in Georgia, where the Russian-backed and recognized South Ossetia forces were responsible for an ethnic cleansing of Georgians, with almost 20,000 of them being displaced from their homes? Does the 2011 NATO intervention in Libya scare Putin? Does he imagine himself to be Gaddafi, a man who imprisoned, tortured, and gassed his own citizens? The man who had the incredulity to accuse Al-Qaeda of using LSD and Nest cafes to poison the minds of his political adversaries? Maybe Nick will repeat the Kremlin's talking points about the fear of Nazis in Ukraine. Where are they? Where are all these Nazis?
Did Putin actually say that LSD was being used by the West to brainwash the minds of its people? Listen, okay? A friend of mine named Swim has done psychedelics before, okay? And I assure you, they are the opposite of brainwashing tools used by the government to make you complacent with what's going on. Because let's just say this friend of mine that is not me definitely came out of that with some interesting perspectives that were not exactly ones more friendly to the status quo or to Western powers by any means.
Every time I hear someone complain about Nazis, the only two things they seem to bring up are the Azov Battalion, small force numbering less than 1,000 soldiers, and Stepan Bandera, a man who died in 1959 that remains in...
Holy shit! I thought the Azov Battalion was like 2,500. It's less than 1,000 apparently. He may just be referring to the less than 1,000 soldiers that are suspected in the Azov Battalion to actually be white supremacists or Nazis, but around 600? Really? I thought the Azov Battalion was 2,500. Where did I hear that? Goddamn lefty misinformation got me again.
Incredibly divisive in Ukraine to this day. I'll be tickled if Nick wants to take up the position that we should be canceling people based on problematic histories and their associations with far-right movements, but I suppose we'll see what he does. Far-right Party of Svoboda today has only 15,000 members across the entirety of some 44 million people who live in Ukraine, and they only hold a single seat in that parliament. Polling data has shown that Ukrainians are some of the most welcoming people towards Jewish...
He brought that one up during his debate with Haas. That's a good point. The argument that there is a strong presence of neo-Nazi sympathies in Ukraine isn't very well supported. Ukraine seems even their government and their military seems more progressive than America, which isn't really saying much since, most European countries tend to be a little bit more progressive than America. The Overton window in Europe is a little bit more left than it is here in America and Canada. But yeah. Does YouTube actually give a shit if you mention taking drugs in the past? Honest question. Honestly, no. Neither does the law. You're allowed, both on YouTube, Twitch, it doesn't matter, to tell stories about having done illegal activity in the past. I mean, you probably shouldn't go into detail describing the murder you committed when you were 20 years old and where you hid the bodies on stream. That's probably not a good idea. But if it's yeah, me and my boys smoked some DMT a year ago at a party, I don't think you're going to get in trouble. Don't worry, guys.
And all of you...
Listen, don't worry, guys. No one will ever find the bodies.
Eastern Europe, between May and August of 2019, Ukraine was the only country in the world other than Israel.
Just kidding. I'm kidding. That was a joke.
Nick's favorite country, to have both a Jewish head of government, Volodymyr Groysman, and Jewish head of state, Volodymyr Zelensky. The only time in Ukraine's recent history when the Svoboda Party even had any real political influence at all was when they were being propped up by Yanukovych, the pro-Russian president. If Russia was so concerned about fascists, why would she not turn her eyes to the Russian imperial movement that operates so freely out of St. Petersburg? This is a movement that coordinates with several neo-Nazi movements all throughout Europe, even training 3 Swedish neo-Nazis before sending them back to Sweden, where they bombed a center for asylum seekers, among other attacks in Europe they've been involved in. Nothing operates within Russian borders so freely without Putin's implicit approval, so why does
What is the statute of limitation for murder? Long enough that if a skeleton is dug up in a park with absolutely no flesh or bones on it, but the forensic analysis makes it obviously a murder, that there will be some investigation until the body is determined to be literally too old for the person who killed them to be alive anymore. That's a thing that happens fairly often. I don't even know if there is one on murder, and if there is one, then it's probably very long. Because I've heard of serial killers, like cold cases, 50 years later getting opened up and like the serial killer getting caught and like sent away for crimes they committed 50 years ago, you know? Like serial killers get caught and convicted like decades later and stuff. So I don't know.
He not remove this organization from existence? Clearly, because Putin explicitly supports and is supported by Nazis. Dmitry Utkin.
Well, no. Cases get reopened though, Caesar. Like when a case is closed, it's like a closed case, or sorry, a cold case. When nothing is like found out about it, the case can be reopened once new evidence comes about, where they then proceed to pursue. Yeah, there's no statute of limitations on murder. Good. There probably shouldn't be. You know what's bullshit though? I understand why there is. Well, actually, no, because doesn't the statute of limitations specifically refer to like the degree of reasonable like possibility it would be like possible for the law enforcement to determine whether or not the crime was really done? Like if you think about a crime like rape, isn't there a statute of limitations on that? Because without certain evidence, if there isn't, like you can't do a rape kit after a certain amount of time, right? No, rape does have a statute of limitations. I know that for a fact. At least there was when I was a teenager, because in Florida, because I had a friend who dealt with something. In Florida, when I was a teenager, I know for a fact there was definitely a statute of limitations on rape, and it wasn't long. It wasn't long at all. Like it was like disappointing how short the statute of limitations is for rape in Florida, or was for rape in Florida, from when I remember hearing about it. In a Pickle, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to Triagonal Prism. Said, I didn't forget, get blued, loser. Hell yeah. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, John Krifalski would be arrested if there wasn't a statute of limitations. Chief said so. Police chief said so. Oh. If someone confesses to raping someone, no matter how long it's been, it's illegal. Well, because then you're turning yourself in and confessing to a crime. You're giving yourself to justice at that point. So there's a reason why that's a thing. But I think there's certain rules on like how long. I think the rules are put in place with certain statutes of limitations to prevent like certain citizens from being harassed and like investigated repeatedly by the police with little to no evidence, based on hunches over long periods of time, because police harassment can be a thing that you got to be concerned about. So yeah.
The founder of Russia's Wagner Group, and he bears Waffen SS tattoos on his collarbone and chest. Commanding officers have been seen sporting Wehrmacht hats, giving Nazi salutes, spraying swastikas on.
3 years ago, the final Zodiac letter was finally decoded. Oh yeah, remember, didn't they finally find out who the Zodiac killer was? And it was just some guy. I think Shuan had said that in her video, but listen, Shu, you're cool and all, but if maybe that story wasn't true, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised. I wouldn't be too surprised if Shuan Head might have accidentally shared a fake story in one of her videos. Shuan Head's great. We're friends and everything, but she's had some mishaps. She's accidentally retweeted some leftist misinformation before. It was some dead dude. He died in like 2019. Damn. I'd love to talk to a serial killer someday. That'd be fun. Preferably with like either armed or with bars and chains between me and them. Either or both would be ideal. Me being armed and them being like restrained would be the ideal scenario in which I speak to a serial killer. Like yes, I'd have a gun. It would be over a voice call, and they'd be restrained. That would be the most ideal scenario in which I'd do an interview with a serial killer. But I'd love to do that. That'd be a good video, huh? Oh no, I want to talk to somebody who was flaying people. I want to talk to like a worthy of being a villain from a season of Dexter's serial killer. Okay, like a real one.
On desecrated houses and places of worship while conducting operations in Syria, the Central African Republic, and Libya on behalf of the Russian state. Lastly, maybe Nick will just appeal to the illegal coup known in Ukraine as the Revolution of Dignity, staged in 2014 by America in order to overthrow Yanukovych. There's not a shred of verifiable evidence for this. The Euromaidan protests erupted across Ukraine from late 2013 to early 2014 for a whole host of reasons. It wasn't solely due to Yanukovych, who, against the will of the parliament, exited.
Destiny still hasn't blocked me on Twitter, but I don't want to provoke a justified blocking on Twitter from Destiny, because that's nothing to be proud of. There's nothing to be proud of for like commenting something like mean to somebody's like tweet and then they block you. They just, that's what people do when you like sometimes when you say something mean. But if Destiny just blocks me for no reason or over some like political disagreement, that looks pretty cringe. So yeah, I'll hold off on that. If he ever blocks me, it's going to be because he is being dumb. That is the only scenario in which that'll happen. I don't want to like get a deserved block because there's nothing to be proud of there, I guess.
Did a non-exclusive free trade agreement with the EU and entered the exclusive Eurasian.
I disagreed with this trans people in sports take. Oh, well, in that case, maybe it is something to be proud of. Sounds like he might have just blocked you for disagreeing.
Economic union with Russia. Ukraine was widely considered in the 2010s to be one of the most corrupt countries in the world. The actual ousting of Yanukovych would only happen after he ordered his police to open fire on protesters, killing over 100 in the span of a few days, with Yanukovych ultimately fleeing the country in fear of repercussions.
Yeah, the Destiny tweet from today is pretty funny when you consider the fact that there was literally like an article that transphobes would throw around all the time where they were trying to claim that a trans woman was, oh yeah, Destiny did block Lonnie, where he was basically was an article claiming that a trans woman was dominating cis women in wrestling, and it was like, you know, a picture of, you know, one person choking out a cis girl. And you would think, based on the way this story is pushed to you, that the person choking out the cis girl in the photo is a trans woman. But upon further research, you come to find out the person choking the cis woman is actually a trans man, assigned female at birth, and then transitioned, it like identifies as a man and transitioned as such, and is being forced to fight against cis women in wrestling and is dominating them because he's a dude. But they won't let him fight against dudes because he was born a different gender. So, like, the same logic of, like, if we allow trans women to dominate. We'll get to that in a minute. Actually, wait, hold on. We're doing a surprise segment. Trying to find the thing. All right. We're talking about the Destiny tweets. We're doing it. Let's get this shit. Trans people should almost certainly have their own athletic categories. There are too many advantages conferred through puberty as an AMAB that don't just magically go away after a couple years of hormone therapy. No one wants to talk about this, but the current state of affairs that allows trans women to dominate some sports also means trans men will never be competitive in their fields. Fuck. I hate the trans sport thing. It is absolutely, without a doubt, my least favorite aspect of the trans debate to have, because there really is no winning for either side on it. Like, at the end of the day. Like both sides, it's a lose-lose situation, regardless of how we go about it. So, let's go over the tweets. I'm going to call out what's wrong here, and I'm going to call out what is correct, but I'm going to contextualize it and explain why maybe it's not the best argument for what Destiny is trying to prove here. Trans people should almost certainly have their own athletic categories. This is a pretty controversial idea. It's been thrown around a lot, even by progressives. The big problem with having trans people have their own athletic categories is the implication, right? The implication of that simply serves, you know, a pretty obvious purpose, right? it tells people who are trans that they are not real men or real women, that they're not actually part of the gender they identify as, because they have to be a part of their own separate league. The implication there to not just the trans athletes, but every trans person who looks up to those trans athletes is pretty obvious, right? A mandated segregation of cis and trans people in sports. Now, is there an argument in favor of fairness in that? Yeah, I do think that would probably objectively be more fair. And I'll get into the reasons why in a moment. I don't think you could really argue that that would probably be more fair if there was like broken up leagues. The problem is, I think the harm that contributes to our society probably isn't worth it. Like, guys, if we found out, unironically, like scientifically and unequivocally, that black people are actually genetically better at athletics than white people, would we ever entertain the idea of segregating team sports, like based on race, even if it was scientifically determined that even the best white athlete had no chance? No. We would never even fucking consider this, because even if we did deem it to be more fair, the amount of harm that would contribute to society, the amount of harm, the implication of us segregating our sports leagues would have to the racial, like, dynamics of this world and this country would be insane. That would happen naturally, like the NBA. Yes. If you're better at like doing a certain sport, like if you're taller, you're probably going to be better at like playing basketball. And in America, statistically speaking, I think the tallest people in America tend to be black. I don't think it's that most black people tend to be tall. I think that it's statistically the tallest Americans statistically tend to be black, I think was the statistic I'd heard. That might be wrong though. Regardless though, I think that had something to do with it or something like that. But regardless though, if we found out that there was like some actual racial benefit that black people had when it came to athletics, we would never advocate for actual mandated segregation, because even if it did lead to sports being more fair, I think we as a society would agree that sports ball being more fair isn't as important as upholding the like racial dynamic of our entire civilization, you know? So we basically have to like decide whether or not we want to hold trans people and their rights and their identities to the same level of like import as we do the identities of like POC. I think we should. I actually don't care if trans women competing in sports means that cis women have a harder time. I actually don't care. I don't really see how there's much of a difference here. I think that cis women that look up to like cis athletes or even should be able to look up to trans athletes. I don't really think that would really harm that in much of a way. Not to mention, as we go on, we'll be debunking a few more of these arguments. There are too many advantages conferred through puberty as an AMAB that don't just magically go away after a couple years of hormone therapy. Okay. He is right about advantages conferred through puberty when you're assigned male at birth. Though not specifically to the advantages you get through an AMAB puberty, what's more so worth consideration is the advantages conferred through training while identifying as like AMAB or whatever. That seems to be what confers the biggest advantage, is if the majority or a significant part of the training for the sport that you are a part of was done prior to transition. That seems to be the number one indicator of a possibly unfair advantage, even post-transition. Not so much just going through the wrong puberty. Though, if we want to go down this road, obviously the correct decision is to keep going in the direction that science and our policy has already been going and make hormone blockers more available to dysphoric, teens, right? But regardless, though, this standard also applies in reverse, right? Because he also brings up the trans dude argument. I'm going to bring up the same trans dude argument. There are a lot of advantages conferred through hormones and training and being a trans dude that absolutely give trans dudes a massive advantage over cis women. Have you seen a trans dude after like 6 months of being on hormones? They have beards and like stubble and like muscles and shit by then. Like at least every trans dude that I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You're fine if you haven't reached that point yet. But like most trans dudes that I've met, like once they get on hormones, it's fast. Like TRT, I've met cis dudes who take TRT, and I've met trans dudes who take TRT, and that shit fucking works. That shit fucking works. You know who's actually on TRT? FPS Russia. FPS Russia started taking testosterone replacement therapy, and for the last 12 months, he'd been doing a workout routine. This is the before and after. So yeah, this is the shit. This is what the stuff that trans dudes take does to your body. I mean, obviously, this dude's been on a crazy workout regime as well, and he just like went through a huge cut and everything. But like you probably couldn't achieve most of this without years and years and years of natural bodybuilding. With TRT, you can achieve this in a year if you work out enough. So like, point made. Yes, trans women have a pretty significant advantage as an athlete if they went through their training or puberty when AMAB, but if we also use the same logic you did here, bringing up trans men are going to be wiping the floor. I mean, obviously the suggestion that Destiny's making is that they should have their own athletic categories, but we have to apply the same standard. Like, is that worth basically telling trans people definitively you are not really the gender you identify as? We have to segregate you because you're not like, sure, we'll say trans women are real women, but we're going to segregate you because not really. It's like how back during the segregation era, like on paper, it said separate but equal. But are you really equal if you have to be separate? No. Nobody considered black people to be equal to white people during segregation, even though on paper it said separate but equal. Because when you're separating people in this way, the implication of inequality is obvious. Now, if I was debating Destiny right now, what he would probably bring up was the fact that we currently do segregate sports based on gender already, right? We have, we have men's leagues and women's leagues, right? Statistically, there probably is a serial killer, like, in my fan base somewhere, Mr. Bureau. Hey, listen, guys. If one of you who watches my videos is an actual serial killer, and you hit me up and you actually prove it, I will turn you in, but if your goal is to become famous, maybe I bring you on for an interview live and the arrest happens on stream. Just saying. You got to cover all your bases in case there are any attention-loving serial killers that are trying to make a name for themselves in my audience that might be like, oh, yeah, sure. Hey, Zan, here's my body pile. Here's a selfie with my body pile. God. Anyway, listen. You'll never catch me, Zan. Get those views. Oh, shit. Look at this. Mindwaves quote tweeted it. Using rhetoric akin to that of transphobes and TERFs at a time where trans women are receiving record amounts of hate and violence seems a bit irresponsible. I don't know. Actually, a pretty good response. Oh, cool. It's the you disagree with 100% ultra woke trans narrative, so you must be an evil transphobic TERF argument. Who could have guessed? Listen, I'm actually a little bit more empathetic to Destiny on this than like most would be. because I have admittedly been like arguing with the online left for the last like fucking week, it feels like, on the idea that it's okay to disagree with a trans person or like a black person. That doesn't make you racist or transphobic. But at the same time, I don't feel like that's what's happening here. I don't feel like that's actually what Mindwaves is doing. What it seems like, what I'd hope Mindwaves would say if they were more well-spoken and had a higher character count, would be the transport thing is like pretty inconsequential. It's mostly just a meaningless culture war topic, and focusing on it really only serves the needs and the desires of transphobes and the right. I don't really know why arguing for this really does anything for the conversation other than bring more attention to an issue that the trans side of the argument is like admittedly pretty weak on when it comes to their argumentation. I think that would be a better way to word it. I don't know if that's what Mindwaves is doing there. Mindwaves is a notorious Destiny orbiter. It's pretty disingenuous of Destiny to assume that Mindwaves is just being bad faith right off the bat. Destiny does have a problem with that. When like people who like orbit him and defend him and simp for him like crazy call him out on something where he's like actually like maybe kind of, you know, there's something to call out there, he'll just immediately jump aggro to 100% aggro immediately. Which I guess is respectable because he'd do it to people that don't like him just as much, but like it is admittedly perhaps a little bit cringe. I think it's less about labeling you as a transphobe and more about recognizing that this rhetoric is having substantial negative consequences in a particular demographic. Even if your premises are correct, many are not. Pretty good response. You know what's having real harm on for trans acceptance? When lunatics are saying stupid shit like, oh yeah, the differences between men and women are negligible and a few years of HRT can erase all of it, you turn 80% of people off immediately from any future convo. So what Destiny is arguing here is true. There are trans people, like a large amount of trans people in the trans community that argue like a few years of HRT is enough to negate any like differences or like benefits that a trans woman might have over like a cis woman. But like, I don't think that the argument Mindwaves is making is even close to what Destiny is saying here. I think we can criticize the lefties that argue there are no inherent differences between like a trans woman who's gone through an AMAB puberty and a cis woman who is not competing, and the likelihood of there being a benefit or an advantage there. Like, I think it's worth calling out when lefties or pro-trans people refuse to like acknowledge that. That doesn't seem to be what Mindwaves is doing, though. That's not what Mindwaves is doing. This is just Destiny wanting to jump immediately down someone's throat. Even down the throat of someone who like nonstop orbits and simps for him, at least from what I can tell. I'm curious, Stephen, do you have any research or qualitative data which supports this argument that given years of HRT, trans women are so far outside the norm of cis women that they can't compete on an equal footing? Even if you've been on HRT for years and your hormone profile is normal, cis men can train harder and more effectively than cis women. Most elite athletes are elite athletes by the time they're 15 or 16 years old. That is true. Look at Olympic ages. Transitioning in your 20s is hardly fair. He did not provide data, and this person asked for data or research, which he did not provide. What he did provide, though, was a good argument. What he did provide, though, was actually a good argument, but not data. It's a good anecdotal argument, if anecdotal arguments are what you're looking for. Even if you're on HRT for years and your hormone profile is normal, a cis man can train harder and more effectively than cis women. I don't know why he keeps saying cis man. Does he mean like AMAB, like trans women, like who trained before trans? I don't know what he means with. Most elite athletes are elite athletes by the time they're 15 or 16 years old. Okay, 15 or 16 is a bit young, but pre-20 by for sure. Like at least in the swimming field, besides like a few outliers, you're washed up by 21 years old. You'll never be able to, like, even if you're a really good swimmer at 20, a really good swimmer who's 17 is going to wipe the floor with you. Because you just like age hits you like a train a lot younger than you realize when it comes to athletics. So, but at the same time, this argument kind of serves against Destiny too, because like, how many 15 to 16-year-old trans athletes are elites that are dominating the sport then? There was the one swimmer recently, but like, that wasn't even an Olympic thing. That was like a separate championship, wasn't it? There are tons of independent swim championships that happen all around the country all the time that are completely unrelated to like the Olympics. She only won one race. Yeah, what I'm saying right now is that championship might have been like a completely independent run thing, unrelated to like the Olympics or anything like that. It was the 500 free that she won. Yes, I know. I was literally a swimmer in high school. But like this entire conversation was started because a trans swimmer won. Here, can we find her video? Can we find the video of her swimming? Trans swimmer wins 500. I want to see her form. Leah Thomas to compete. Leah Thomas becomes first transgender athlete to win NCAA
It took
championship.
4 minutes
There
and
we go.
33 seconds for Leah Thomas to swim her way into NCAA history with her
4 minutes and 43 seconds. Do you guys want to know like what I remember my like, and that was a pretty good swim time being for the 500 when I was in the swim team? Like under 6 minutes, quite a bit under 6 minutes. Like if you couldn't do a 500 in under 6 minutes, then your team is fucked. Back when if they're like back in the high school swim team days, if the team we were going up against didn't have enough swimmers that could complete a 500 in under 6 minutes, I took it easy that day. I took it easy during that meet because I'd know like I don't got to try this hard in this 500. These guys are getting like the other people I'm swimming against, like their best times are like 6 minutes 50 seconds. I can just kind of chill until like the last 200.
victory in the women's 500-yard freestyle. Leah Thomas is now the first openly transgender D1 athlete to become an NCAA national champion.
All right, chat. Listen, I don't often like comment on like the physical build of trans people because it's disrespectful, but in the case of an athlete and complimenting their athletic build, I think as a fellow swimmer, I think it's fine. She looks like more of a cis woman than most of the cis girls on my swim team when I was in high school. The girls on my fucking swim team had like a wingspan and shoulder width. Like when a girl on the swim team would hug me, it would be like getting your fucking arteries crushed, okay? Your fucking bones would crack, okay? Because girls on the swim team have like ridiculous wingspans and like very, very broad shoulders. If I saw this girl on my swim team, I would be like, oh, it's your first year. Like, I'm not kidding. Maybe it's just because she's doing this, and this isn't very flattering for your shoulders or anything. But like, if I walked up to her on the swim deck, like on the pool deck one day, I'd be like, oh, is it your first year? Like, Zan, bring up the fact that she lost to a pre-HRT trans guy. Oh yeah, a pre-HRT trans guy beat her in a race, which means an assigned female at birth person who has not taken hormones yet beat a trans woman who has been taking hormones and has been living as a woman for, I'm going to guess, a while. How old is she? Do we know how old Leah Thomas is? I'm curious. Because the age thing was relevant before. Does it say? Because like most swimmers, like they're at their peak in their teens, and they're like maybe their early 20s if they're lucky. Well, I don't see anything about it, so we'll just assume like probably like 18 or 19 or something. She's either 22 or 23. Oh damn, okay. Well, that explains why she got beat. That explains why she got beat by the trans dude. She's like she's into her 20s already. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, like she won the 500, but like, and as cool as that is, like, I don't want to be mean, but like if you're 22 or 23 and you just won your first event, then you're probably going to be a one-hit wonder in the swimming scene. Like if you're somebody who wins your first championship, I don't know, like at least from what I just watched a lot of swimming stuff when I was in the swim team, and like I remember the previous, like, I don't know if she still is, but the previous like best female swimmer was Katie Ledecky. And Katie Ledecky was like bringing in first place wins at 17 and 16 like they were fucking Girl Scout cookies. Like it was a fucking joke she was bringing them in at like 16 and 17. I don't know if she's still like, I haven't heard her name since I was a teenager, so she's my age, so she's 22 right now, so she's probably like not a swimmer anymore. She's probably retired. She's probably in college. I would hope that she used all those like big swimming wins to get like a lot of college scholarships and get like a really good degree or something. That's probably what she did. But yeah, I mean, like at least as far as I've been aware, like I would never at 22 try to get back into swimming. Like even if I was in the best shape of my life right now, and my form was on peak, I don't think I could beat 17-year-old Xan. I don't think peak shape 22-year-old me with peak form can beat 17-year-old me at swimming. Just because of like the age. I don't know. Wait, Xanderhal, so trans women have an advantage, but trans women win so infrequently that when they do win, there is a media storm about it, one person for months at a time. It's not even that, Lexi. It's that, like... Okay. If we're going to talk about the ways in which benefits will be afforded to a trans woman who went through AMAB puberty and trained through AMAB puberty, if we're going to talk about what sports or what particular things are going to have the most benefit in, the 500 freestyle would probably be the one. The 500 freestyle would probably be the one that I think like a trans woman would probably have the best advantage over cis women over based on the nature of it. Do you guys know what the 500 freestyle is? Is there footage of it here? There is no footage of it. Let me just show you guys what a 500 freestyle is. Please don't get me a fucking copyrighted clip here, for God's sakes. God, now I googled 500-yard freestyle. Now everything that comes up is about the trans swimmer winning. God damn it. Fucking reactionaries are gonna start bitching and moaning and whining about my sport. Sporting footage always gets DMCA'd. I'm looking for something that's not professional. Trying to find a good video that won't get me copyrighted. Maybe this one won't. This one has so few views, I don't think it can get me copyrighted. Has 200 views. Okay, so this is the freestyle. This is the men's 500-yard freestyle a final. I don't know like how high up this is or whatever, or if this is like college, high school, what the deal is here. But This is the 500-yard freestyle. The 500-yard freestyle is the worst. And you're about to see why.
.com. Go to the top menu, see competitions, click that on. Menu will drop down, click on 2000.
Also, this video's length is telling me that the fastest time here is probably might actually end up beating Leah Thomas's time, the one that just got set. How funny would that be? Because that is a woman's time that was set. Like the men's 500 top time is phenomenally lower than the women's 500 top record time.
16 Eastern should go to the landing page.
Even
There's
still.
all the stories, photos, galleries. Everything's in there.
God, this reminds me of being in high school. Jesus Christ. I'm getting like heart palpitations because I'm like, I feel like I should be on the edge of the pool ready to jump in right now. And I'm like, I'm getting the jumps that I would do like right when I'm about to swim right now. Oh, they're even going off of blocks too. Of course they are. It was always best to go off the blocks because you get a couple feet of free distance without actually having to swim. So I'm actually going to walk you guys through every step of what's happening here. So there was one whistle. So let me tell you guys everything that happens here. So they're all here standing on the block, right? And you're supposed to start with one leg, like one foot on the block. You're not actually supposed to have this guy's not going to get in trouble, but everybody's doing this, so you should probably be doing that. But there's one whistle, and one whistle means get in position. And then I think there's another whistle. I think it's two doots means go. I don't remember exactly. Yep, so that was the long get into position whistle. So that means get down, get in position, get ready to jump. And then I think it's either two fast tweets, like a doot doot, or a really long long whistle for telling them to go. I think it's two though. Yeah, right up on the edge. Now, when you go in, the ideal form that you're trying to go with here is you're trying to jump outward while also you're trying to stay in the air for as long as possible. Because as soon as you touch the water, the amount of drag on you is insane. If you can jump really far outward at a horizontally, that's going to do a lot for you. Matter of fact, if I could redo my time on the swim team, the thing I would practice the most would be my starts. The thing I would practice the most would be all day, every day, practicing, seeing how far across the pool I can jump from the block with good form. My start was always terrible in the 200 meter. Or 200 meter? Meter? Were you from Europe or something? Because we did yards in America. We always did yards. We went to a meter pool once. And even at the meter pool, they put up the yard lines to tell us that it was how many yards it would be. So there you go. So here you do a dolphin kick, which is basically where you keep your legs together and you kick like a dolphin. It's pretty straightforward. And you do, I'm trying to remember what it's called, but you put I have to take my headphones off for it, but you do trying to remember what it's called. There's a word for it, but you put your arms above your head, you lock your hands together like this, just like this, and you want your shoulders to be on your ears. Your shoulders should be crushing your ears as you're doing it. This is the most hydrodynamic you can possibly be. And you just dolphin kick like that for as long as you can maintain the momentum you got from your jump. And then once you float to the surface and you're no longer getting anything out of your kicks or your momentum anymore, that's when you start doing your freestyle. And the 500 freestyle is a gruelingly long, it is the longest race. It is the longest race that you're usually ever going to see. I've heard of 1,000 yards being an event that's done. But if my coach ever said to me, hey, Alex, you want to do the 1,000-yard freestyle? I would drown him on the spot immediately for even bringing that idea up. So yeah, the 500-yard freestyle sucks. It's a test of endurance. It's not a it's a marathon, not a sprint, quite literally. You don't start sprinting it for the last like 200 to 100 yards, depending on where you are in the lead, and where everyone else is at. But yeah, it's you have to spend the first 300 yards roughly, staying at a good pace, but limiting yourself and not using all of your energy because you still need to save up for the sprint at the very end because it's such a long marathon.
Final, the 500-yard freestyle.
But not technically a marathon.
Jackson Karofsky from Riverdale Country School in lane 2.
So that's 25 yards.
Haverford School in 2.
So what they're doing here is it's 20. So you're going there and back 10 times. So the idea is that when they flip this, it's going to say 3 next time, which tells them they're on their third. They just finished their third pass of the pool out of 20. Or they're halfway through their second lap out of 10. Basically, this event is so long that if you're just trying to focus on swimming and not on counting where you are and keeping up with where you are, they have to tell you how far into the race you are. They dip into the water so you can see as you're arriving at the wall and about to do your flip turn. So that you can streamline position. Thank you, Shayna. Shayna, thank you. Ironically enough, I had a swim teammate named Shayna. So it's funny that you reminded me that it was called streamline position. Thank you. Yeah, the thing I described, it's called streamline position. So yeah, you do a streamline position, you do dolphin kick, and that's how you start. But yeah, they dip this thing in the water and they tell you when you're coming. I would usually have like one of my friends do the sign dip in the water thing for me. So I would reliably have someone letting me know where I am in the race, because God knows I could not have kept track of it on my own while simultaneously focusing on swimming quickly.
For the Haverford School, swimming in 4. Roman Horowitzki from the Petty School. In 5, Ivan Pushevitz from the Episcopal Academy, and Michael Pierce.
Oh, you want to notice a small little detail here? I bet you didn't notice it, but you see this little pad here? What do you guys want to bet this pad is for? What would you guys... Do any of you guys in chat know what this pad's purpose is? Because in swimming, there's something called getting DQ'd or disqualified. What the pad does is it notifies the... It tells the people, like the judges, yes, you actually touched the wall and you pushed off. Which is pretty important because they need to know that you didn't just like do a fake flip turn and like not actually touch the wall and reach the other side of the pool and fake out. So it helps guarantee that you actually did touch the pool. It also is the stop timer. When you touch it on the final lap, you want to punch that, but you touch that first. You don't touch the wall first. You touch that thing first, and you ram into it with your fucking fingertips, okay? You reach out your fucking arm on that final pull with your left. I would reach out my right arm on my final pull, and I would literally elongate myself like an extra foot, like a fucking ferret, to make myself as long as I could be to touch that pad first at an event. Because that's the stopwatch timer. That's who touches the pad first wins, okay?
From the Episcopal Academy, and Michael Pierce from Loyola Blakefield.
That's 3. So that signals they just finished their third one, so the next one will be 5. So this is their 5th cross of the pool. My favorite thing about the 500 freestyle...
Petty School in the early lead here, swimming in lane 4.
Zan is that one uncle who tells you stories about the sports team at school. Listen, it was good content, all right? Regardless, I don't think the trans sports thing is like as big a deal as people try to make it seem. I think what the bigger problem is, I think what, like, if Destiny wants to actually fight against the ability for the right to claim that trans people are biologically illiterate, then the best thing to fight against here would be these specific people unironically arguing that there are no possible advantages that a trans woman could have. Like why not go after those people, not the people saying, I think that focusing on this issue just lends credence to the right. I don't know. That's what I'd be doing. That's what I do. I've done that. I've dunked on people like that before on Twitter, plenty. I think I've dunked on them on stream before. Regardless, though, with that said, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. Leave a like to help me, the segment, the channel, the video, the stream, everything. It helps it out a lot. Thank you so much for watching if you enjoyed. If you want to support me financially, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website. You can also support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, or through Patreon. Links, of course, down below. My social medias are linked as well. And no matter how you supported me, if you did enjoy my video, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. All right. Let us continue this.
Who knows? Maybe the shooters were secret CIA agents as well. Russia's right to security does not supersede Ukraine's right to sovereignty. If Russia has a problem with all of its neighboring members choosing to look west for their future instead of to Russia, perhaps it's an issue for Russia to sort through. Nations should be able to dictate their own security without being threatened by a neighboring power hell-bent on rebuilding a dying empire.
Mr. Fuentes, go ahead, sir.
All right. Wow. Very interesting opening statement, but I think the rebuttal, the counter argument, is supposed to come after my argument. I didn't hear a whole lot of justification for the NATO position, only just sort of these preemptive counter arguments against some of the so-called Kremlin arguments, so-called pro-Russian arguments. I didn't pre-write my statement, so I'm just going off the cuff here. I'll say this. You know, a lot of what I just heard is really wholly irrelevant to the core argument in favor of the Russian intervention, or the argument that the Russian special military operation in Ukraine is appropriate and reasonable and limited in terms of its objectives.
Conservatives will rail against political correctness and then say military operation instead of invasion.
My position has little to do with the Azov Battalion or the Galician far right. It has little to do even with the claims that the U.S. had involvement in the Maidan Revolution in 2014.
For those of you guys that don't know, political correctness didn't always used to mean being woke or not being problematic. Do you guys know? You guys know that, right? Political correctness, the original term, the origin of the term comes from like the corporate world, where like corporations that want to uphold a certain level of non-controversy would engage in political correctness, where they, you know, the government would do it too, where they'd use soft language to describe things that are, you know, like calling concentration camps internment camps is a form of political correctness. But conservatives turned that word into meaning like when you don't say the N-word or whatever.
It has nothing to do with the assurances made to Gorbachev that Putin claims were there and others deny. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do principally with the expansion of NATO into Eastern Europe and specifically.
Nick Fuentes looks like Alan Turing. I think I know who that is. He's the guy that played the robot boy in Rogue One, right? I think Alan Turing is like, no, he doesn't look like Alan Turing at all. Maybe because I'm covering up Nick Fuentes. Here, let me drop down to the bottom. Now he looks nothing like Adam Turing. Wait, Adam Turing isn't the guy who played the robot in Rogue One? I thought he was. He's the inventor of the Turing test? Oh. Well, you can just gargle on my balls for bringing up something I don't know what that is.
Specifically into Ukraine. And if you go through a timeline of events, it's really quite simple. In 1991, of course, you have the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and this is you know, Putin famously describes this as a geopolitical catastrophe, and what he's referring to is the fact that overnight Russia loses half of its population and parts of its territory that it had controlled for hundreds of years, formerly under the Russian Empire and then under the Soviet Union. Ukraine in particular was controlled by Russia for hundreds of years. It was only an accident of how Lenin organized the Soviet Union administratively that Ukraine had any kind of autonomy or any kind of nationhood at all. But what liberals and what the NATO faction likes to do is say that after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, after the former Soviet Union countries declared independence, that there's no takesies, backsies. That's just set in stone. These accidents, administrative accidents of world history, are now locked in. Ethnic Russians abroad and former Russian lands.
God, you really can tell who is and isn't a groiper based on how they speak. Like, I've literally clocked every groiper I've encountered based on how they talk. It's always their way of speaking. I always just know when they use that bullshit car salesman voice. I can always fucking tell. When they put on that groiper voice, I can hear it because they all talk like Nick Fuentes because they all want to be him. And immediately, you know it immediately just from hearing the way they speak, whether or not they're a groiper.
whether they be Russian Empire, Soviet Union, are forever lost now. And the so-called sovereignty of nations that never really existed, states that never existed, must be respected ad infinitum until the end of time, and there's nothing that Russia can do about it. I find that problematic as far as the sovereignty argument goes. But let's take it a step further. NATO was formed explicitly to counter Russian power on the European continent. Of course, NATO was formed in response to Stalin's control over Eastern Europe, and it was formed to shore up Western Europe against the threat of the Soviet Union, which emerged from World War II as the second world superpower. Why then did, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the halving of Russia's population, the decimation of the Russian military, decimation of the Russian Empire, did NATO, a defensive alliance formed explicitly as a counterbalance to Russia, not only not disband with the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, remain in place, but actually then expand further? And in 1997, that's exactly what they did. They announced their intention to expand. And there was, of course, the first tranche of NATO expansion in 1999 to Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. The second tranche of expansion in 2004.
Every single time NATO has expanded, it has been because countries have voluntarily joined NATO. Like, there's a certain point that we get to in this where it's like, okay, so now you're just arguing that, like, Russia is justified if other countries themselves decide to use their autonomy. Like, yeah, like, you're basically just... You're justifying Russia punishing countries for not allowing Russia to punish them, basically, is what you're arguing.
Which included the Baltic states as well as Slovenia and other...
It really is that meme. Does anyone know that meme? The one where it's like, let me in, or what? I'll do what you'll find out what I'll... Hold on. Where is it? Where's the let me in or else meme? Fuck. I can't find it. I saw it on Twitter. Oh no, was it an original meme? Was it an original meme someone made on Twitter? I'll never find it if that's the case. Fuck, it was an original meme, wasn't it? Oh no, I'm gonna have to, like, recreate it. Oh god. Okay, chat, I'm gonna recreate a meme in Paint. No, it's not the meme from the Eric Andre show. Oh, here it is. Wait, oh yeah, you did find it. Oh, nice. CoinDog found it. Yeah, this is what Russia is doing. This is Putin and this door is Ukraine. Let me in. Why? So I can save you. From what? From what I'm going to do if you don't let me in.
Nations, and then the third tranche in 2009 with Albania and with Croatia. What's more, in 2008, NATO declared that they would respect the aspirations of Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO. It's at this point that Russia draws a firm red line. And Russia says at the outset, at the Bucharest conference in 2008, that Ukraine and Georgia would not be permitted to join NATO. They say that that's unacceptable to their security posture, that's unacceptable to their national interests. And of course, Russia then intervenes in the Georgian civil war in Abkhazia and South Ossetia to that end. Destabilize Georgia, prevent them from joining Ukraine. Of course, then in 2014, you've got the Maidan Revolution. A pro-Western leader is installed. Russia intervenes in Crimea and Donbass, again, to secure their port at Sevastopol, secure their Black Sea fleet and their power projection capability in the region. And then has fueled the civil war in Donbass ever since for the past 8 years, again, to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO. It is at this point in 2014 that we saw really the fundamental root causes of the crisis. For the 22 years between the fall of the Soviet Union and the Maidan Revolution, there's no crisis.
He's pulling his cock out. Listen, do you remember the last time Destiny debated a conservative? He debated Gavin McInnes, and Gavin McInnes multiple times started pissing in a cup during the debate on camera. Do you guys remember that? He was debating Gavin McInnes, and like twice, maybe 3 times throughout the debate, Gavin McInnes reaches over and grabs a cup, then lowers it beneath the desk and starts fiddling around beneath like the desk with his pants for a bit, and then sits there for a moment like, and then goes like putting the cup down on the ground. He did that like 2 or 3 times during his debate with Destiny. Gavin McInnes did, the founder of the Proud Boys. It was so fucking funny.
In Ukraine. There is no war. There is no invasion.
What the actual fuck? You guys missed that. This is why you guys need to watch my debate reviews. That's the kind of shit you miss if you don't watch my debate reviews.
There are not hundreds of thousands of troops on the border. The status quo, which was to have Ukraine as a neutral buffer state, means that there is peace. It is not until the 2014 coup, when the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO becomes a real and distinct possibility, again, 6 years of NATO ignoring Russia's security concerns, that the crisis begins and Russia invades Crimea and begins fueling the separatists in Donbass. It is at this point that NATO and the West begin a full-scale demonization campaign of Russia. And they say that Russia is doing this because, and we've heard the usual line, Russia is evil. Putin is evil. He is a revanchist, meaning that his principal...
Oh, here's something by Nick's Logic. Rhodesia isn't a legitimate nation. Listen, guys, there are probably very, very complicated explanations for why everything Nick Fuentes is saying is wrong. That's usually the case on most issues. That's always what I've found. There's almost always a very complicated explanation for why Nick Fuentes is... for everything Nick Fuentes says is wrong. There is always, like... I've never heard the guy not tell a lie. Trust me, yes, I'm sure there is like some historical explanation for why Nick Fuentes is just pulling shit out of his ass here. The guy's not exactly a credible source, we know.
Goal, as Destiny said, is to rebuild the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire at any cost. And it's sort of an interesting prospect that for 14 years, the most that Russia had ever done was quell separatists in Chechnya, as well as provide material support to separatists in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. You know, that's some empire building project. And for 14 years, there's no real expansion of the Russian state, again, outside of arguably 2 small breakaway regions in Georgia. It's in 2014, in response to a pro-Western coup in Kiev, that Russia begins its attack on Ukraine. But where was the provocation? Of course, the provocation was the continued so-called aspirations of Ukraine to join NATO, and then the ouster of democratically elected and most trusted politician in Ukraine, Yanukovych, and the installment of a rabidly anti-Russian leader. So what precipitated the crisis truly? Well, it was the Western forces. Since then, the West engages in this demonization campaign and says all along, even though they, and honestly, when Russia invaded Crimea, this caught the West off guard. The fueling of the separatists in Donbass caught the West off guard. But overnight, you know, whereas Obama said in 2012, you know, the 80s called, they want their foreign policy back, and Hillary Clinton hit the reset button with Sergei Lavrov, overnight, we determined that Putin was always no good, evil, dictator, and so on with these revanchist claims.
We've all peed in a bottle at some point. Listen, okay? The first time I ever had to piss in a bottle, I think I was 11 years old, if I remember correctly. I was 11 years old. I was in the back of the car with my mom was driving. I was in the back of the car. I was like, I really gotta pee. I really, really gotta pee. And my mom's like, we're in a really bad neighborhood. We can't. I'm like, we're in the middle of the fucking forest. Just pull over so I can pee on a tree. And she just wouldn't do it. And I was like, Mom, I'm gonna piss myself if you don't pull over. And she's like, you're over exaggerating. And she's like telling me to just hold it till we get home for like another hour. And I'm like, all right. So I went and I grabbed an empty water bottle, put a blanket over myself and started pissing in it. And then I overflowed the bottle and had to switch to another one, like a third of the way through. And that's when my mom realized how serious it was, and she handed me like a 2-liter bottle, and the 2-liter was able to handle the rest. The normal size water bottle couldn't handle it, but the 2-liter was able to handle the rest. I had to do a very, very quick switching maneuver, and it was difficult. It was difficult. It might have been one of the most skillful things I've ever done. I think I probably like gained like a level, like a real life like power level after doing that as a feat of strength.
After his response to the Maidan Revolution. Does the United States abandon its ambitions for Ukraine to join NATO? Of course not. And these are some of the precipitating factors for the current crisis. In September of 2020, the United States flies B-52 bombers across the edge of the Crimean Peninsula and near Donbass, a very provocative action. These are nuclear-capable bombers. In June 20...
That sounds like a dex roll. Yeah. To a dexterity saving throw.
21. 6 months later,
you rolled a 5. As you switch one bottle to the next, your piss hits the sides of each of the bottle rims, causing a fanning motion of urine to spray throughout the entire car. Massive mouthfuls of piss get inside of your mouth, your nose, your ears, and your eyes. Piss sprays everywhere. It's very similar to when you turn on the water faucet and it lands on on a spoon and just sprays everywhere. That would be my D&D DM explanation of a low dexterity saving throw roll on the piss bottle maneuver.
The United Kingdom sails a British destroyer, the HMS Defender, into...
I wish one of my friends that plays D&D were here to hear that joke, because they would be really proud of me for making that joke.
Disputed Black Sea waters, where it's chased out by Russia. November 10th, 2021, Ukraine and the United States signed the Charter on Strategic Partnership. And this is an updated document from 2008. Washington says it supports Ukraine's, quote, aspirations to join NATO. October 26, 2021, Ukraine begins using Turkish Bayraktar drones in Donbass, which decisively, of course, turned the tide of the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh War. And, of course, they purchased these Turkish drones from Turkey, a NATO country. And this is the rearmament of Ukraine. And then finally, the last straw comes in February 19, 2022, when Volodymyr Zelensky at the Munich Security Conference suggests that Ukraine may rearm itself with nuclear weapons. And so you see in 2014, the installment of the pro-Western government and the prospect that Ukraine will join NATO, something that's unacceptable to Russia, which they had made clear since 2008. And then you see with the precipitating factors throughout 2020, 2021, and finally in 2022, once again, a security situation that is increasingly unacceptable for the Russian state. A nuclear Ukraine, antagonism by the British Navy in the Black Sea, by the American Air Force over Crimea and Donbass. Once again, unfazed NATO expansion into Ukraine. And I would point out, for anybody that says that Russia is some revanchist state or something like this, what does Russia have to fear from a defensive alliance? I'll reiterate. NATO was formed explicitly, this was its express purpose, to counter Russian power on the European continent. The founding purpose of NATO is to contain Russia. After the Soviet Union collapses and Russia is weak and vulnerable and amputated, NATO expands in 3 major tranches, 13 countries over the past 20 years. The combined military spending of NATO exceeds $1 trillion in just 2021 alone, compared to Russia, which has only spent $67 billion on its military. They say that Russia is revanchist because it expanded allegedly into Crimea, Donbass, Abkhazia, and South Ossetia. NATO has expanded to 13 additional countries. They talk about Russian aggression when NATO has done far more military interventions in this century in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere across Africa and the Middle East, whereas Russia had a minor engagement in the Syrian civil war. And fundamentally, what it comes down to is the ignorance of the Americans and the refusal to acknowledge that America is not a benign hegemon. We are the most powerful country in the world. The purpose of the military alliance is to contain Russia, and Russia, just like Ukraine, has legitimate security interests that it is seeking to protect. And so therefore, the special operation in Ukraine is something that is reasonable and pursuant to those valid strategic goals. The United States should listen to Russia, negotiate with Russia on some items that they can find common ground on. And if they had done that back in January, there would be no conflict. So that concludes my opening statement.
Go ahead, Destiny. We'll do some questions back and forth, and we'll maybe take questions from the audience as well. But as you guys know, the main part of
Ethan Ralph is sounding even more rough than usual, isn't he? For those of you guys that don't know, Ethan Ralph is he's always been kind of spiraling, but like he's spiraled to the extent that it's like it's getting sad now. Like it started to be less funny and more sad. And I've seen very little of it. So that should say a lot, that I've seen very little of Ralph's current state, and even I feel bad.
It'll be you guys questioning each other. So I'll begin with you, Destiny.
So before we dive...
Apparently Ethan Ralph was streaming this, or was streaming, maybe not this, but was streaming during his wife or girlfriend, I can't remember, giving birth. Apparently his partner was giving birth to his child, and this is a couple days ago, and Ethan Ralph was streaming during it and stayed home to stream during that and wasn't present for it. I think I commented on someone who posted about it saying, to be fair, I would be glad to know that Ethan Ralph wasn't present for my birth.
Ivan, because we agree on maybe half of this, and then some of this we have pretty big disagreements on. I'm curious, if I grant almost everything you've said, let's say that I grant that Russia has a legitimate security interest in having Ukraine be a vassal state or part of their big union. Let's say that I do grant that. Why would Russia's security interest there supersede Ukraine's sovereignty to make decisions for themselves? Why, like, under what? How would you tell an entire country, like, listen, we know you guys want to look more west, we know you want these free trade agreements, but we can't do that because Daddy Russia's scared, so you kind of just have to cock yourselves eternally to that country. Good luck.
Yeah, see, I've heard that argument before, and it's this question of security versus sovereignty. And, unfortunately, I think the consequence of, this NATO expansion and everything is that Zelensky was emboldened. The question is, to me, whether there's sovereignty or security, I think is sort of an abstract question. The question is, why is Russia currently in Ukraine? Well, I guess you would say that, Russia having some kind of control over Ukraine at all, or influence over Ukraine at all.
Hey, chat, little reminder. Look how close. Wait, you're even closer than you even realize. You're closer than you even realize. There we go. Oh, wait, I gotta change it to the... There we go. There we go. 205 out of 300 till the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. $95 left. It'd be a shame if you guys couldn't hit it. It'd be a shame.
All compromises their sovereignty in favor of Russia's security. I would say this is just how great powers behave. This is, unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, this is just how the world is. The question is, how do we prevent conflict in Ukraine? Why are there currently people dying? Why is there a war going on? And that is because NATO has expanded and emboldened Zelensky, and they have not negotiated with Russia. Now Russia has had to undertake something which, they've had to demonstrate what a sphere of influence is really about, which is there's an underlying threat of the use of force.
How much would chat have to pay for you to wear a GIMP suit? 50,000.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
50K. 50K, and I'd wear a GIMP suit. 50K. And I'm not kidding. 50K, and I'd be like, fuck, you guys actually did it. Crafter Lula, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Crafter Lula is always the biggest juicer, always the biggest oiler on every stream. I mean, oiler and juicer basically mean the same thing. But yeah. Thank you for the $25, Crafter Lula. That puts us at 230, my friends. The number grows. The number grows. Zanime Girl is happening during the Honey Pop stream at 69,000 subs. Oh, God. Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, we're getting pretty close, but at 69,000 YouTube subscribers, me and Lonnie, by that I mean Lonnie, is going to be playing through Honey Pop. Honey Pop 1, and then if you guys like it, maybe 2 as well. She will be playing it. I will be next to her, and I guess I'll guide her if she needs it, but she saw me play it, so I don't think she'll need too much help. But, yeah, to celebrate 69K, Lonnie's going to be playing Honey Pop. We're going to see if she can do better than me at having sex with numerous anime girls. I beat the game in I feel like maybe 8 or 9 hours. No, it was more like 14 hours. Yeah. I beat the game in I think 14 or 15 hours it took, all in one stream, if I remember correctly. I think Honey Pop 2 took 2 streams. Five years from now, Xana's the largest streamer. In one day, we raise $69,420 in 1 hour. Crafter Lula, thank you for the tier 3 gifted sub to Sergeant Flux. Said, here you go, my fellow ace. How many months was that, Crafter Lula? I assume the fellow ace thing was to Sergeant Flux and not me, because I am certainly not ace. A lot of gifted subs. Wow, yeah. It's pog as fuck, Brogan.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Oh my god. Crafter Lula, you gotta let me know how many months that was for that tier 3. Oh my lord, it was just a 1 month? Okay, cool. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. So that is $20. And then...
Welcome to capitalism,
I think I counted that.
I got you, bud.
Jeepwave, thank you for the $95 donation. Holy shit. Oh my god. Thank you so much. That is extraordinarily generous of you. Thank you. Very, very kind. We definitely hit the goal. We hit well past the goal, though, so I'm going to have to count up the Z the Freeman donation as well, though. Z the Freeman. Thank you so fucking much for the 14 tier 1 gifted subs. Says, get that fucking onesie on, Zan. Thank you so much. How much is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. $70. God damn. 415 is what we're at. Good God. You guys are phenomenal. I guess we'll set the new goal to 500. Thank you, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. Oh my lord. I have, like, literally the kindest, most generous community I could hope for. Thank you guys so goddamn much. You're all fucking great. All right, let me go get the onesie. Okay. Ooh. Chat's like, put on. Oh, the fuck? Goddamn hotkeys.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Oh, Crafter Lula, thanks for the tier 1 gift sub to Hunger Master. I appreciate that. It's an extra 5 buccarinos. Thank you. 420. Ha. Good job. Good job. You made it the good number. You made it the good number. People in chat are like, yes. Yes. Put on the onesie, you fucking whore. Yes. That's what you guys in chat are sounding like right now. That's literally what you guys sound like. Sorry. It's true. That's literally you guys right now. Put on the onesie. Or you get the hose again. Yeah. Do you put on the onesie during sex? I've actually not worn it during sex yet. Yet? Yeah, I mean, you never know. Maybe I meet a really hot girl that's into Sonic and she thinks Shadow the Hedgehog is hot or something, you know? Sometimes it's just good to be prepared. Let's not pretend if a really hot girl wanted you to fuck her in a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie, you wouldn't do it. Let's not pretend like you wouldn't do it. Let's not pretend that you wouldn't be fucking drooling at the idea of having an opportunity at having sex with a hot guy, girl, or femboy or whatever. What's the word for it? I'm trying to think of the word right now. The one condition is that you fuck her while wearing a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. I know you'd all be on board with that. How much to wear a Gaio outfit? A lot of money. No doubt. Just an absurd amount of money. Oh, it's uneven. That's fine. Does the onesie get cleaned? Does it look like it gets cleaned? How much to wear Vaush's progress flag as a cape? $1,000. If you guys hit $1,000 in today's stream, I will buy. Yeah, I'm really hungry. Hell yeah, thank you. Poggy. Ooh. Nice. The fucking. How do I keep on hitting these hotkeys? Can they chill? Thoughts on Vaush cock? 'Cause there is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into shock. You need horse cock, of course cock. You will never hear me saying nay. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I've always had a thing for pushing the extremes. And I just got a thing you won't find in the magazines. This molded silicone has got me begging, please. Give me more of what I really need. Ba-dum-bum-bum. It's a great song. It's such a great song. Did Contra block you too? After that, I wouldn't blame her.
So, you know, I agree with you in some sense that Ukraine must be a vassal state for Russia to have its security. But this is how great powers operate. This is how the entire Western Hemisphere is organized. This is how Western Europe is organized.
If that's the response, then why can't I just? So I'm looking for some normativity from you, not just descriptions. But if we are just going to go on descriptions, you can't really then attack NATO for continuing to expand, because I would just utter the same back to you. Well, this is just what the United States would do. Of course, we'd want to expand our sphere of influence and include Ukraine into NATO. But at that point, you're not really left with...
By the way, always keep an eye out for this. It was good of Destiny to call this out. Conservatives will unironically just make a bunch of descriptive statements without making any arguments, and then try to, like, pretend like just making a bunch of descriptive statements in and of itself is enough of an argument for their position. So they don't really know how to explain how anything that they try to use as like evidence for their side actually really supports their argument.
With being able to defend Russia's actions any more than I would defend NATO's actions, including Ukraine.
Well, here's what I would say the difference is that for Russia, Ukraine is a vital security interest. For NATO, Ukraine is not a vital security interest. And that really is where the difference lies, is that once again, when you consider that, and you could say that, well, Ukraine has a right to join the NATO alliance. They may prefer.
Which I would say.
There's a plurality of people in Ukraine who want Ukraine to be a NATO member state.
Listen, all right. If you think what America did with Cuba during the
69.69.
If you think what the U.S. did with Cuba during the Cold War was bad, but you don't think what Russia is doing with Ukraine right now is bad, then you might be a Russian asset.
But what exactly does this do for the United Kingdom? What exactly, and really more fundamentally, what does this have anything, how does this benefit the United States of America? Because ultimately the NATO defensive alliance and security guarantee is...
Because in both cases, it was a large, powerful, imperialistic nation basically impeding in some form on another country in order to prevent unfriendly powers from having presence in nations nearby, like us. It's basically the same justification.
Is built on the American military more than anything else, more than the paltry contributions of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. It's about the American defense guarantee. And so the question is, as far as Russia intervening, this is a defensive act shoring up a vital security interest. NATO expansion into Slovenia, Croatia, Ukraine. How is this? And I guess I would throw it back to you. Why is this a vital security interest for the NATO countries, and more specifically the United States, which underlies the whole security guarantee?
Well, so firstly, it doesn't have to be a vital security interest. The membership into NATO is contingent upon a country wanting to join, and then contingent upon NATO membership countries wanting countries to join. It doesn't necessarily have to represent a security interest for everybody to allow countries into the fold, right? We would argue, like, did the Baltic states represent like an actual security interest for the rest of Europe? Did any of something like did these countries need to join NATO to shore up the security of Europe? Other people might argue that the broader peace enjoyed by Europe might be because of the expansion of NATO, that it's hard to attack a country that is under this umbrella, this guarantee of safety and peace. Other people might say, if we start seeing massive excursion or massive fleeings of refugees and everything from Ukraine, they might point to that and go, oh, well, look, there's the security interest. Similar to when we had the massive fleeing of Syrians from Syria and we had a refugee crisis across all Europe. Well, now we have refugees fleeing from Ukraine because of actions that Russia is taking into Ukraine. I notice when you frame this conversation a lot, I'm not blaming you for this, but it's often framed as like an issue between Russia and the United States security interest. What is the Russian security interest? What is the United States security interest? What about Ukraine's security interest, right? If we talk to any of the other Eastern European NATO member states, like, oh, well, how are the Baltics feeling right now? How are Poland, how are Romania, how are you guys feeling right now? NATO? They're probably feeling pretty good. They're probably feeling a lot more secure. If you were to ask Ukraine, I imagine they would probably feel pretty secure as well. They probably wouldn't have to worry about their ports being taken over by Russians, breakaway states being recognized.
There is a reason why Ukraine did initially so initially Ukraine was like, okay, we're not going to join NATO. They didn't initially start planning to join NATO until after Crimea got annexed, right? Didn't Russia really make the first move to incentivize Ukraine to take motions to join NATO and get some Western protection? If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure that was post the annexation of Crimea.
As independent. I think it's worth addressing. So to answer your question, like, in one, the security interest isn't necessarily relevant. That's not a requirement to join NATO. But two, if we are going to talk about security interests, I think we should be able to talk about the Ukrainian security interest, which is keeping their country free of Russian meddling.
Well, and I think that's actually, to ask the question is to answer it. What is Ukraine's security interest? Ukraine's not very secure right now. right? I mean, Russia is invading Ukraine. Russia is currently bombing Ukraine and involved in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And so, what was Zelensky daring Russia to intervene? When Zelensky goes to the Munich Security Conference and says, and he didn't say, because I know you're very, very technical about the details. He didn't say explicitly, we're going to get nukes, but he says, look, Ukraine disarmed because of the Budapest Memorandum. He said, we've asked the signatories 3 times since 2014 to shore up their promise from the Budapest Memorandum, which is to protect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And we're going to ask them 1/4 and final time. But if they don't do it, then we're going to rescind all the material promises of the Budapest Memorandum, which is like an implication, which is very startling. And I think you would admit, a very provocative thing.
But it's fair.
It's almost suggesting, and you may say it's fair, but it's suggesting nuclear rearmament on Russia's border. And so, the question about security, it's like, well, this Ukrainian policy of poking the bear and saying, we're not giving up Donbass, we're not giving up Crimea, and
Cat Black is doing a live stream about Vaush right now.
we are considering
You're not fucking with me, are you? You're not fucking with me, are you? Oh my god. Ask me anything about Vaush.
I'm supposed to applaud you for leftist coalition building, but as a person on the left, who would like to, at least at the time, be in community with you when it's clear that racism isn't like a line that you draw. And that's kind of how I felt about this whole sort of ironic misogyny thing, right? For me, when I see somebody citing misogyny against a person that they dislike, that tells me that there's a certain degree at which they would do it to me, right? If misogyny is okay with the people that you disagree with, how am I supposed to believe that you're invested in fighting?
God, the point really did just fly miles over her head, didn't it?
Apparently it's a pattern that when he speaks about women, when he criticizes women, he is misogynistic. I don't actually know, but I've heard that enough times to kind of assume it probably is true. Anyway.
There it is. I don't actually know, but I've heard enough times to assume it's probably true.
Like the people who are watching. So part of the problem with this is that a lot of evidence.
Jesus, get some internet.
I deleted all. I very commonly will write very, very long Twitter threads. It is just kind of how I use Twitter. I like to write a lot. I started as a writer. I have a lot of things to say. So I write long Twitter threads. It just kind of is what I do. I've kind of learned, and this is an important point, that the reason, because I'm a very self-reflective person. And so when I was thinking about why I do that, it's because, like I said, I've never known an experience on social media where I have not been spoken poorly to. So I have a tendency to feel like if I say everything, if I add all of the nuance, if I make every point, write everything down, leave nothing to guesswork, it will be heard and respected and understood. I feel silly now after everything, feeling like that would actually happen. But that everything down, they will hear me, they will understand me, they will respect me. I'll come back to my final thought on that, but I've learned that very much is not the case because of everything that happened after.
Chat, these wings are making me sweat low-key. On God, no cap. I am in a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. I am like a fucking sauna in this thing. Can you guys see the sweat? Can you guys see the sweat beating up on me? Like, these are some hot wings.
Know enough about him to be upset.
White boy moment.
Kind of annoyed with him continuously saying that, and then he would go on to deny the things that were said in the messages. And if you read a lot of what I was saying before I actually posted the messages, I consistently said, I don't want to share them. I don't think I need to. You know, I would rather not because it's a private conversation. You know, but he kept going on about how obsessed with him I was and this and this and that. And this, you know, did annoy me indeed, because there's no, I don't think, so here's a problem I have, and this is, for the Vaush people watching this right now, I really do want to speak to you guys, because this is something that makes me kind of sad. And this is, again, I'm not going to try to understand this at this point because I've kind of made my own decisions about it. But it is really unfortunate that I think he has cultivated an audience of people who clearly are not critical. What I mean when I say that is there are a lot of things that happen after this point that he has deliberately misrepresented. And what's crazy to me about it is you can go to my Twitter right now and for the most part see everything in sequence as it happened. And if you were smart enough, and patient enough, I guess, I don't know, you could go and like mark when all these things happened, right? You can go and mark the times when these things happen. But Vaush just gets to say the order in which he thinks things happen, or, you know, suggest certain things and frame it in a certain way, and people just eat it up. And that's actually really depressing to me. I appreciate the members of my audience who held me accountable for the things that I said after this point, that were critical of me, because I always, again, appreciate criticism because it helps me grow as a person. I think only an incredibly arrogant person would believe that they are above criticism, could never change. Everything they've ever said is correct. Everything that they've ever done is right. I think that is an incredibly, you know, arrogant.
Yes, Vaush believes exactly that he is never wrong and can never be corrected.
Not a leader, in my personal opinion. I think a good leader is able to acknowledge the shortcomings and then find ways in which to address the shortcomings. But my impression and interpretation, just based on how people have reacted to this, just tells me that people are not at all invested in like really looking into shit for themselves, because he deliberately misrepresents what happened after this point. So, transparently speaking,
oh no, this is about to get cringe.
God.
This is about to get cringe.
This was me taking an L for saying this.
Oh Lord.
And I will, before we even get into it, acknowledge that it didn't need to be said. Did not need to be said. But you know, the way that my brain works is I'm like, this man has to know I'm not obsessed with him. He's got to know that I'm not obsessed with him. But what could he reference as a potential reason for me being obsessed with him? Like, genuinely, this was me trying to make it logical, which it is not. And the only thing I could come up with is that years and years and years ago, I was young, I was confused, I was in my 20s. And, you know, back then at like this particular time in the timeline, and I laugh at this because it's like, I feel the opposite now. Overtly leftist, openly pansexual men with a beard were appealing to me. And him and I, at one point in time, sent some spicy messages back and forth, right? And the only thing I could come up with for him thinking that I was obsessed with him for some reason was that had happened. And I also recognized that from what I've seen of him.
Remember, she is not a seasoned streamer. She is going to probably let something slip that she should not.
Me being apparently obsessed with him. Which is so funny because I sext hella people and I don't. I'm not obsessed with most of them, unfortunately. But so when he was denying what was said, when his fans were denying, you know, the conversation, I said, all right, well, I'll fucking post the tweets, you know? And so I posted the tweets, and I think what I said was the closest I've ever been up to obsessed with him was like the couple of days that we sexted, which it really was that. I don't know all of what Vaush has said about this, but there are some people who are insinuating that we've like done more than that, or like we had like a relationship. No, it was like a couple of days of spicy sex that I barely remember. I'm sure if I scroll up I can see them.
Why are you doing this?
It certainly happened, but it wasn't significant to me, especially. You know, I don't even remember I remember being in that phase where I was like, oh, if he's a leftist and openly pansexual, that's like immediately attractive to me. And y'all have heard me talk about that in here. But I don't feel that way anymore because unfortunately I've dated enough leftists at this point, white male leftists specifically, to kind of listen. I've learned that I'm not, you know, the shit you post in your bio about you being a leftist and all this shit, I don't believe it. Let's see what you actually do. Let's see your actual actions. That's kind of where I am, because I've learned, much like the male feminist shit, there are some men who just overtly, you know, say that they believe in these certain things when they act a completely different way. And I cannot honestly say that I've had a positive relationship with any white man.
Let's just say the one accusation of sexual impropriety I've had got utterly blown the fuck out and debunked. So I think I'm doing pretty well for myself.
Different from the men I've dated who are not overtly leftist. I thought that lefty politics, leftism, would be a good way of measuring whether or not someone was like a good ethical partner, especially a white partner. No. That's another conversation. We won't talk about that here, but just to explain the phase. So I said that, and it didn't need to be said. It was not, it was inappropriate. It was random, but I certainly wanted to, you know, what's the word? Undermine any possible thing he could have said to, you know, to suggest that. Now, side note, a lot of people have asked if this was different, if this was the opposite, you know, how would I feel? And I just think it's so insane that people, especially as all of this is going on, I think it's actually insane that people would believe that, like, if the situations were flipped, that I would be defended, because I wouldn't be. I would absolutely not be. Actually, I'll leave that for the conclusion. But one thing I've recognized through this is I could put a lot of...
At least she's admitting that if the situation was flipped, she wouldn't be defended.
Saying how I feel, and people will still misrepresent it in like a really terrible, dishonest way. And so I've been wasting a lot of my time doing that sort of thing, believing that if I wrote a long thread or I phrased things a certain way, that people would be more receptive to the things that I'm saying. And one of the biggest lessons I'm leaving this whole situation understanding is that people absolutely do not feel that way. That as much as I would like to reject the idea that people inherently dismiss me because of who I am, that people very much do. And I do not believe at all, especially as a person who speaks quite frequently about their experience with rape, sexual assault, all these other things, that I would ever be applauded. I mean, I remember when I made...
Okay, I was smiling there for a moment, having a Joker moment, because she was saying exactly how I feel sometimes, that sometimes I feel like, you know, people on the left say I'm not allowed to talk on an issue based on my identity, because I don't have the lived experience. So I was doing a little smile at the camera thing. But then she got into the whole, like, talking about experience with rape stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, not that. Well, we're not... Okay, that's not me.
So I have a very hard time buying into this idea that people would give a fuck if this, you know, the situation were flipped, because I don't think they would. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I really, really fucking doubt it. Maybe if I were a white woman, maybe if I were a cis woman, but certainly not as a Black trans woman. I don't like to say that. I don't like to even believe that. I don't want to entertain that idea. But one thing I am definitely leaving the conversation understanding is that that is very much the case. So this is a part that I really want to make clear, because this is actually something that is frustrating me, and this is the way in which he's misrepresenting the situation, right? So here's what happened.
She's got that Jack in the Box.
Vaush decided to stream. He did the thing I told him he could do. He decided to stream and talk about me, apparently for 7 hours. And there were people messaging me who were watching his stream. And I was not. I was, doing, I forget what I was doing. Probably over here.
He was playing Elden Ring.
And they told me that what he said on stream was pushy, condescending, black SJWs are obsessed with white men and interracial porn and all this other shit. And so I was like, wow, like it's crazy because I've actually made several videos about how I think race play is racist, how I'm less interested in white men these days because of all of the various fucked up experiences that I've had with white men, especially when it comes to, like I said, this context of, a white lefty dude, dating me and mistreating me. I've had a lot of really upsetting experiences with white men, and I've documented a lot of that very, very bluntly on my platform. Not that I expect for him to be that connected with what I'm saying, but I've said
She's just trauma dumping on us right now. Her opinions seem to be informed by like the effects of traumatic negative relationship experiences she's had in the past with Vaush looking dudes. Do I sound bad right now? I've got a space heater blowing on me because I sweat. I ate the hot wings and then I sweat and then I got cold again and the sweat got cold and so I got a space heater on me to warm me up again. So okay, there's no sound. Oh, that's good. That's good to know that it's my crisp stuff. My sound filter works that well because it's literally right here. I'm tapping it. But yeah. Pog. All right, let's continue.
And that means that we're avoiding a lot of the conversations that I was trying to have with Vaush, where because he lacks the exposure and clearly doesn't engage in a lot of the...
Oh, she is making the same argument as J.K. Rowling, by the way. The comparing Vaush to an abusive ex thing, yeah. It's pretty common.
Stuff like what I explained about segregation in a relationship. I can explain it on here. I can explain it in the context of work, but I don't want to explain it to someone that I'm dating, right? And unfortunately, a lot of white men have relationships with their white family that's conservative and things like that. And so there's just a lot of ways in which my relationships with white men specifically don't usually go anywhere. So certainly not my preference, right?
That's understandable.
That was why I wrote a tweet about...
I don't know why she's going into all of that. I guess she's explaining herself, though she shouldn't have gone through that in the beginning to begin with. But I mean, if you're white men and their family relationships, I mean, let's be real, guys. If you're a black woman and you want to date a white man and you're going to end up meeting his family, it is worth considering the possibility that the family is going to be, not great. You know what I mean? Listen, all I know is I watched I had a friend who went to see Get Out when it first came out with his girlfriend.
People got on Vaush's case for comparing her to racist 4chaners into black people, and they said he was speculating her fetish or revealed that fetish by saying he harassed her back and shouldn't have done that, including Shark, though he gave leeway.
Jesus, all this drama is such a shit show. Thank you for the $5, though. I appreciate that. But like, no, I mean, it's worth considering that could be a concern, though, right? Like, that's obviously like something to be worried about. If like family relationships, like when dating. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I had a friend who went to see Get Out when it first released in theaters, and he took his girlfriend to see it, and his girlfriend is white. And they went to go see it, and after the movie, he told me, he said to his he turned to his girlfriend, just said, Can I just have a minute? I just laughed my ass off. I hadn't seen the movie yet. I just knew the basic concept, and then I saw the movie, and the joke was even funnier to me after that. I don't know if that's a true story. He may have been joking, but it was pretty fucking funny. Basically, yeah, you never know if a get out situation is going to happen, or far more likely, the parents might be Trump supporters and are a bit racist. You are mute. I am not muted. Stop saying I'm muted.
You know, I will say that the conversations that we had around this were very interesting to me, because a lot of people were saying that me just saying that we sexted was sexual harassment. And I think just for me, as a person who talks a lot about consent and stuff, that is kind of an interesting conversation for me, because I don't think I would have ever considered an acknowledgement of
Marco,
you know, an exchange of sexy pictures in public as a consent violation per se.
There we go.
Violation of trust, absolutely. Violation of, you know, privacy. Yeah, I can see that. Definitely. Can definitely see that. But I would struggle to necessarily see it as abusive or as harassment even. I would never post sexual messages that him and I sent. I would never share photos that he sent to me. That for me would be the absolute fucking line. And I think everyone would be super right and correct in saying that that was fucked up.
She's
that
talking
was
like Andrew
harassment. It's also
Cuomo.
illegal. Because, you know, it would be. And I would never do that. I would never do that. In fact, I think I even say that I won't post those messages, but here are the relevant ones. I would never do that. I don't believe in doing that. I think it's an incredibly shitty, terrible thing to do. Don't agree with that at all, right? But did I need to say any of that? Again, I don't feel bad about it, but did I need to say any of it? No, absolutely not. That was definitely petty, childish, unnecessary, unneeded, something that didn't need to be done. I can't point at it as a time that I was proud, no, but I can certainly say that considering how he has treated me and how he spoke to me in DMs and things like that, that it's not a thing I feel bad about personally. But was it a thing that needed to be said? Absolutely not. Was it inappropriate? Abso-fucking-lutely. I will 100% say that. And I also think that if people, you know, are followers of mine and feel like that was a fucked up thing to do and I shouldn't have done it, that those people are right to withdraw their support, right? I think that that makes probably the most sense, right? I think the thing that some people don't understand with me is that just, you know, by virtue of having to be...
Oh, by the way, shortly after the new Harry Potter game gets cracked, for no related reasons, nothing having to do with the game being cracked, and the DRM being broken when the game drops. No related reason. But shortly after that happens, I will no doubt be doing a streamed playthrough of that new Harry Potter game in which I will be raising money for some trans charity. We'll figure that out. I feel like it would be remiss of me to play through that Harry Potter game without raising money for a trans charity. But I want to do it at the right time, though, because admittedly, it was kind of a mistake to do my last charity stream. The last charity stream I did ended up kind of draining the pockets of so many of my viewers that I went behind on my bills the next month quite substantially. And so I've decided that for any future charity streams that I do, I'm going to have to make sure that finances are much, much more stable prior to it, which is kind of a sad barrier of entry to being able to like do charity streams, because I could totally do charity streams frequently and raise a lot of money, but then my audience can't donate enough for me to afford to do this for a living when I'm not doing a charity stream. So that's the main issue. But yeah, when the time comes, we'll definitely be doing that because that'll be fun.
Are you okay? Oh my God, I'm really worried about you as you make these really stupid arguments and demand that I engage in your debate, you know, and have me have positive feelings around you. Do you know how side note.
We'll play the game.
And you know what? I'm actually just realizing this right now. I don't think I've ever had someone do that to me. I've had a lot of public conversations about things that people have said. Because if you listen to almost any time I've done anything similar to a call out, which this was not, most of the time I focus on their actions and ideas, but I always leave room for the fact that the person can be redeemed, right? I always leave room for the fact that the person can shift and change, because I think there's no real, like, calling people out and then expecting them to remain the same and not change is just a masturbatory experience, you guys. It's just, that's just masturbation. It's just you getting off on the fumes of being correct, right? You should call people out because
Lonnie's
you
doing her
believe they
friend's
want
hair.
that they can change, and you encourage that change, right? But what I've learned, especially on the internet, is that some people really just get off
She has hair and
on
makeup and stuff.
calling someone out so they feel good and better about themselves. That's, you know, a lot of people fucking do that. You can't point to any time I've called someone out where I haven't tried to make a larger point. Because for me, that's usually why I even reference other bloggers. Honestly, that's probably the only context in which I reference other bloggers, is to make a larger point. I've made several videos about Jeffree Star, Shane Dawson, various other bloggers, and each one of those videos has a larger point about something that people should do, right? Because, and this is, I think, where Vaush and I are very different. We're not important, okay? I'm not important, right? If someone learns one thing from me and it enhances their life and they never want to follow me again.
I mean, Vaush got quote tweeted by J.K. Rowling. You didn't.
I'm doing again. That's a net positive. That's a positive. I have never, and this is where, you know, this has been an issue for my, you know, beyond this conversation.
That is true. Tea is important.
I've never been a blogger who is very invested in cultivating a cult of personality sort of thing. You know, I want for people to actively disagree with the things I do. I want for them to be critical of the things I say. I like that. I enjoy that. I like being told that I'm wrong. I like being told that the arguments I've made are not good, because I think that that's just, it's a conversation. Do you know what I mean? It's a conversation, and my thoughts are not more important than yours. You know, I think that we can certainly have different degrees of experience that will inform some of the things that we're saying, right? And I think my frustration with the conversation I had with Vaush is that he was effectively so when I look back at all of this and I think about, like, what was this all about, right? And how could I have avoided it? Two things. There's two things. Either I could have blocked Vaush months ago when I saw some of the fucked up shit he was saying. Well, months ago, years ago. I could have just immediately dismissed him and not entertained any idea that he had a valid thing to say. I could have done that. I could have done that, but I didn't. And I only held the conversation I held about Vaush because in my mind, I gave him some degree of validity. I would not have asked people how you feel about this tactic if I did not respect, to some degree, the fact that he was a person who is doing something positive, right? My question around that was related to the positive way in which people react to it, right? I could have dismissed him, not entertained it, but because I did, we had the conversation we had. And had I never made that first post where, again, I was actively discouraging people from allowing their opinions of him to reflect on whether or not, you know, using misogyny as a tactic to defend trans, you know, even though I did that, he took issue with it. So the only way we could have avoided this is if I never did anything that was slightly critical of him, or if I just outright blocked him, right?
What?
And he came into my DMs to talk about how his voice has more value than mine.
No,
how
he
messaged you to work it out.
Is
doing better for the trans community than I have ever done. How I've harmed trans people while he has helped trans people.
God,
and what I kept hearing in this conversation.
You can't engage with people that are this bad faith. You can't engage with people that are this bad faith. This is why it's so frustrating to hear, why can't you just take criticism, when the people that are criticizing you are saying shit like this? Absolutely deranged. Like, I will admit, it actually, the thing that actually inflates my ego to even a quarter the size what people like this think it is, are how often people like this, while being so evidently stupid, will criticize me and just be so evidently wrong with their criticisms. That's what inflates my ego more than anything.
Right? A lot of the gatekeeping stuff that we've dealt with that is responsible for a lot of the oppression that transgender people have experienced is all related to the degree in which transgender folks have been gatekept because of how cis people feel about them, regardless of what is or isn't true, right? When we talk about the experiences that Black folks have had, right? A lot of what we talk about is the negative way in which Black people have had their lives defined by how white people feel they should be defined.
Okay.
Right?
That's reasonable.
And in this conversation, what I was hearing over and over and over again is, I need to be the person who leads this conversation, and you even being vaguely critical of me, being vaguely critical of my ideas, is hurting, not helping, right? And not to lend credence to the conversation, but this is connected to it. One of the things I've learned and have struggled to accept is that no matter how much I have worked to have these conversations, the fact that I've actually intimately experienced them, the fact that I have been having the conversation for as long as I've been having it, regardless of all of that, I will always be seen as a less valuable voice than a cis person. It's true for him to insinuate or suggest that more people will be listening to him than they ever will listen to me. There's something very true about that. Vaush's appeal for a lot of people is, again, that he's a person who a lot of people would assume absolutely hate.
I would feel much worse for Cat Blaque, because that statement is actually true, if she wasn't, like, just acting like such a piece of shit. Because as much as I love the idea of there being more opportunity for POC and marginalized people to gain a foothold on YouTube, there is a very strong white bias on YouTube, especially here in like the US, Canada, and whatnot. Extraordinarily strong white bias on YouTube when it comes to success. So yeah, I mean, that's actually a thing worth calling out and criticizing. But then it's like, but I don't know if I specifically want Cat Blaque to have a successful channel, though. I respect the criticism, though. Whoa, Cat referenced Xanderhal by name? Really?
Complaining about is the fact that I've actually intimately experienced them, the fact that I have been having the conversation for as long as I've been having it. Regardless of all of that, I will always be seen as a less valuable voice than a cis person. It's true for him to insinuate or suggest that more people will be listening to him than they ever will listen to me. There's something very true about that. Vaush's appeal for a lot of people is, again, that he's a person who a lot of people would assume absolutely hated them, but is advocating for them, right? And maybe a lot of his other appeal is edginess and things like that, but a lot of people would assume that this white dude, you know, is probably not great on race issues or trans issues, right? But here he is standing up and defending people, and a lot of people will celebrate that more than they would ever celebrate anything I ever do, right? And again, because I'm not a blogger who's invested in cultivating a cult of personality sort of thing, like, that's not, you know, necessarily a thing that bothers me in a professional way. You know, I think a lot of people mishear when I talk about this specific thing. They think that what I'm complaining about is I want more subscribers or more views or da-da-da-da. It's not that at all. I've always had deep discomfort with having a lot of people, you know, watching me, and I've always had a lot of deep discomfort with fame. I've made several videos about that. I've sabotaged my YouTube channel several times, even though I've been on here for so long, right? I've always had discomfort with the idea of being an overtly famous person. I cringe whenever somebody recognizes me out and about. I used to just straight up deny it, you know, so it's not about me wanting to be a famous, popular YouTuber, right? For me, it's more about how painful it often is to be told in so many ways that your voice matters a lot less, even when it's about the experience that you live through, right? Right now, we are seeing in our country, people make movements against transgender people existing in our society. They're advocating against transgender people transitioning young, or people are people making these very deliberate moves.
I don't think she mentioned me.
To make it so that you can't really transition young enough to live an easier life as a person who avoided puberty. And when you do transition later on in life, you're going to have a harder time actually holding that job and supporting yourself and surviving because of transphobia, right? So there's a situation where the ground...
Wait, holy shit, she has 450k subs? Yeah, she does. I doubt her channel's growing right now. Like, I'd be surprised if she's currently, like, gaining a significant amount of subs. But yeah, she's got, like, 50k more subs than Vaush. A little bit more than that now, because Vaush lost, like, 2k from the drama. Jesus. Her popularity was more so, like, a fleeting thing. Yeah. 53k 7 days ago. 7 days ago, 171, 162. I mean, it looks like it really depends on what she uploads. It looks like it just really depends on what she uploads, on whether or not it gets a significant amount of viewership. This video is probably good. Dave Chappelle's deliberately divisive narrative. Middle ground between trans people and transphobes. I mean, it seems like she mostly makes, like, normie content. She doesn't seem to talk about the drama stuff much, or even politics, like, overtly that much.
Other thing to say that...
The fact this person has any significant following shows the online left is doomed to fail. Listen, within the online left, there will always be more attention given to those that utilize woke language as a shield and do that best. Those will always be the people who grow the most in lefty spaces. However, their reach will be forever limited to people who already agree with them. Cat Blaque's audience will never grow beyond people who already agree with her. Nobody that doesn't already 100% agree with Cat Blaque will ever actually even consider watching her content. The same goes for, like, Thought Slime. Insert, like, most woke scoldy figures, right? The appeal that I think me and Vaush and, like, Shark and Demon Mama and you know, the cool people have is that our appeal doesn't just reach to those that already agree with us. We also appeal to those that don't. Even if it's hate watchers, their exposure to our content and what we have to say oftentimes will eventually get through and change people's minds for the better. It's happened before. That is true. T will beat up anyone that disagrees with me.
We cannot forget where we started, right? I started with a objective conversation about Vaush's ideas.
Hunter Avalon said the same point you made about the online left being doomed to fail due to infighting and gatekeeping, citing post-World War I Italy. I think that comparing it to like countries after a war is a little like too much, but we can look at very recent online history to see how quickly the pendulum of politics swings in one's favor to the other. I mean, I think you look back to like the era of making fun of Jack Thompson and evangelical conservatives, and then you see the jump to the anti-SJW community and Gamergate, and then you see the jump to like BreadTube and its popularity, and now you're seeing the current jump. I feel like we've seen enough now to determine that it's a pattern, you know?
I probably should have just said, not interested in having this conversation, but as we've established, I am a naturally long-winded person who would like to see the nuance in everything and fight for the nuance.
Holy fuck, Crafter Lula, if I ever meet you, remind me to give you a hug, because that was such a fantastic way to word this. What a great way to express this feeling that I've had for such a long time that I could never put into words. Progressivism is controversial, and controversy doesn't tend to lead to consistent growth. That is perfect. That is fucking perfect. Progressivism is controversial, and controversial can lead to skyrocketing fast, substantial growth, but rarely is it consistent and long-lasting. But if you play it safe, You can play on it multiple times as it comes back around, as the pendulum swings. What a great way to describe that, Crafty Lula.
But years and years and years ago, if you clicked on one of my videos, you would hear me not speaking like this. You would see me sitting and speaking positively like this about oppression and trying my very best to be as peppy and friendly while speaking about how fucked up life is for me and how fucked up oppression is. But I would be having the conversation in a really accessible, nice, polite way. And I did that assuming that it would be more well received. During that time in my life, I experienced quite a bit of harassment. I experienced quite a bit of dogpiling. People did this thing where they would clip my videos and misrepresent everything I said to frame me as some crazy, angry SJW who wants to, murder all white men or some shit.
I don't know.
I had so many stupid arguments about, how my criticisms of white supremacy.
It's very easy to shrug off criticism without arguing against it, by the way, if you can straw man it into being as ridiculous as, well, what she just said there. Obviously, no one said that to her. No one's accusing her of that. Vaush hasn't. The vast majority of Vaush fans haven't. I certainly haven't. None of my fans that I've seen have. This is just straw manning the real argument, so it's easier to brush off without actually having to explain why you think it's wrong.
I hate you because you're white. That is one of the most maddening conversations I have because, like I said earlier in this video, I don't have enough emotions about other people to hate anyone, really. I don't hate white people. But one of the things I've recognized is that even having to entertain the conversation about whether
I call bullshit on that. I call bullshit when anyone says, oh, I don't have the energy to hate anyone. It's like, fuck you. Everyone feels the emotion of hate, okay? Everyone feels hate. Everybody hates. I call bullshit on anyone who tries to argue that they don't feel hate. Fuck you. We all feel hate. We hate everybody hates somebody.
Entertaining arguments
100
about
plus
shit
tweets,
I've never said. Shit I've never argued. One of these people's most popular, one of these annoying white anti-SJW types on YouTube, one of their most popular videos is a video where he's saying that I believe that all Irish people, the enslavement of the Irish was better than, he phrased it like enslaving white people is okay, basically. I said that, where what I've always consistently said is that it was terrible.
Is she talking about
than
a Gamergate YouTuber?
Than chattel slavery, which it was, right? I've never said it was better. I've never said it was worse. I've never even, said anything close to that. But what this person misrepresented it as is white slavery.
She hasn't changed since 2016. It's amazing.
Those are the kind of stupid misrepresentations I dealt with when I was talking like this. Trying to be very polite and clear and concise. That's another thing, concise in my explanations. And people still misrepresented them, right? And I have no problem acknowledging and entertaining an argument about something I currently believe in. I don't have a problem addressing or engaging in ideas that I currently have, right? Or arguments that I've actually made. But I'm telling you right now, so many of the people who are so invested in, tearing me down are people who just cannot help but misrepresent the arguments. And this brings me to my point.
Drinking that Jack in the Box soda.
I am personally invested in the things I talk about on YouTube, okay? Whether I did or didn't make videos about being a Black transgender woman, I will experience racism and I will.
The best advice I can give, not that it's possible, it's easier said than done, but the best advice I can give as a YouTuber is to emotionally disconnect yourself from what you talk about as much as humanly possible. The most you can, the more you can disconnect yourself emotionally from the discussions that you talk about, the less passionate you get about them, and the less, listen, I love Demon Mama, but I'm gonna have to call it a Demon Mama moment, okay? The less Demon Mama moments you'll have, okay? You get nice and disaffected by everything, and you talk about it very matter-of-factly, and it prevents you from getting too passionate, too heated about anything, and it keeps you from having a Demon Mama moment, where you just get a little too heated on something.
Nearly as invested in the politics as I am. And probably won't ever be. And it's not a coincidence that a lot of these people are people who are also male, also cis.
When I say don't care, by the way, I mean emotional disconnection from something can be like, you still care about it and you're passionate about it, but like, when somebody disagrees with you, that's not enough to like set you off and send you into a screaming match, right? Like, I feel like there's a difference there, you know?
You know? The fact that some of these bloggers are devoting energy to, you know, peeling over my old tweets.
I'm sorry. It's actually kind of cute that she calls us bloggers. It's a boomer moment, but it's like in a boomer moment kind of way. It's actually kind of adorable.
And I want for people who are watching this, who are part of his audience or part of other people's audience, to really pay attention.
It's such an old internet thing that's like clearly stuck around in their vernacular. I think it's funny. I thought that was a little boomer moment.
Clashes with other streamers. That is what most people who are watching this content want. I can only believe that because that's what I see. I'm a person who overtly and very publicly changes their positions and minds quite frequently. In fact, if you listen to almost any of the arguments I make, you'll hear me often argue for the nuance. You'll often hear me say that I don't believe that things are black and white. I believe that they are undulating shades of gray, right?
Like my book.
Because that's how I feel. And here's another thing. I am so tired of people acting like they know all the things. They have all the answers. Everything they say is right. Everything they say is correct. I am so tired of people.
I stopped myself because I thought it would be a soy moment, but she did do the line from The Witcher. She did the whole like. She did the it's not black and white. It's all shades of gray. Line from The Witcher Netflix show. If I have to choose between a greater evil and a lesser evil, I'd rather not choose at all.
I personally got really tired of engaging with people who are so invested in being right all the time. You know, and this isn't even a thing.
Okay, that's I think we'll read donos really quick. Hey Otayo, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Says, don't catch stream often, so thought the shadow onesie was a meme. Now you left me with no choice but to subscribe. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, you had no idea the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie thing was real? Yeah, no, it's not a joke. If we hit $300 on the dono goal during the stream, I put on a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. It's not a joke. It even has a hood. I just took it off because it was kind of irritating today, but no, it's real. It's definitely real. Thank you for the $5 or the $10 though. I appreciate that.
I hate the arrogance and the dogmatic way that a lot of people speak, which is partially why when I speak about things, you'll only hear me really speak confidently about my own fucking experiences, because no one's going to be able to deny my fucking experiences, right? But there are a lot of my own perceptions of other people's thoughts where, you know, I don't get it, so let's talk about it. That's exactly what I was doing with Vaush. That's exactly what I was doing with my first tweet about this whole situation. I was saying, I don't understand this, let's have a conversation about this. I specifically asked for transgender women to give their perspective.
And then he DM'd you in private to work out your disagreement in a private setting without the ogling of thousands of people and the pressure of his audience potentially brigading you, and then you decide to see that as him threatening to brigade you, even though it was very clearly him trying to make an earnest effort to clear up your disagreement without it having to be a public display. you know, like an adult. And then you, like a child, made it public.
Feel very fucking stupid for it. I really do. I really do. Because again, I probably should have gone with my first impression. This is the thing. Oftentimes when you're a person of color, especially someone like myself who grew up in not a predominantly Black space, you know, you have these experiences with people and you immediately register them as fucked up experiences, right? But because you have to make nice, because you have to continue to go to school with these people or something, you really spend a lot of time second guessing your first reaction, right? And
she is right about this.
Or to outright just say, hey, this person says something racist, that you probably wouldn't be defended, right? When you're the only Black person in a space, it's hard to stand up for yourself in a lot of situations. And I've kind of recognized, and this conversation really.
As much as I hate to mute her here, I want to elaborate a little bit on this point because there is a grain of truth here, and I feel like it deserves to be said by somebody who isn't cat black, frankly. Yeah, that is actually a pretty common thing. There are a lot of cases where, like, if you're part of a marginalized group, like we'll say like you're Black, for example, and you go to school, you know, and it's, I don't know, like a majority white school, and you've got a group of friends that are all white, and they make jokes, you know, they're friends with you and stuff, but they make some jokes that are, you know, when you look back at it, perhaps a little bit inappropriate, maybe a bit racist. Maybe if you could go back in time, you would have interrupted them and said, hey, don't say that. Or maybe you wouldn't have because you felt too much pressure to at the time. Maybe you regret feeling, you know, scared to, or maybe you didn't even realize at the time how bad it was. But even if you had, you might not have been able to say it. That is the thing that happens. And the reason why I know this is because I have one memory that kind of sits with me and makes me kind of sad. I've never told this story on stream before because it's kind of embarrassing, but I ought to tell it because I feel like it serves this story well and proves my point pretty well. So when I was younger, I was in school, and I didn't go to school with this kid, but I was in 5th grade or something, and I was on the jujitsu, I was in jujitsu classes, and after school I'd go to jujitsu, and I met this kid, and his name was Aaron, and it was Aaron, and me and him became pretty good friends. All right, we're pretty cool, you know, we're tight, we're friends, we knew each other through jujitsu, and then I ended up meeting his younger brother, who I'm not going to name. Because of what his younger brother said. And his younger brother was, like, you know, young, but, like, old enough to know that what he said was wrong. And I was old enough to know that what he said was wrong, but I didn't have the wherewithal to call it out when I really should have. So we were hanging out at Aaron's house, and his brother was in the room, and one of Aaron's friends was over. Or it might have been the brother's friends, and this friend was Black. And the topic of girls had come up between us, and we were talking about, like, girls and whatnot, and then the little brother says, I shit you not, to the friend, nah, don't worry about dating, no girls like you because you're a dark skin. And I if I could go back in time, I absolutely would have been like, whoa, listen to me. You can't say that, okay? Take that back. Apologize, buddy. But I didn't, and I feel bad about that. And you know what? I have a feeling that's one of those memories where that kid probably looks back and is like, fuck, that was racist as hell. That was racist as hell. So yeah, I've had a scenario not too dissimilar to that, so I thought telling that story would help to kind of prove that point.
The possibility that they might not understand, right? It's just not, it's probably not worth it, really.
How old was he? The kid who said it was like 9. The kid he said it to was like 11. And I was, I think, 10. Maybe, yeah, probably 10 or 11.
And that will often put people in a position where they are not, bringing this back to respectability politics, willing to actually say the shit. Willing to just say, you're harming me and I don't like it. Because so many people, upon hearing that, become defensive and they try to give you every reason why you shouldn't actually say that. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of the experience that.
Okay. So if somebody nudges you while you're like passing through a hallway at school and like they just kind of shoulder bump you on accident and you respond by saying, you just attacked me. You just hit me. What you just did was attacking me. You just attacked me. And you start freaking out like that at somebody in public, then yes, they're going to act defensive because they didn't just attack you. You're overreacting, and they would probably rather talk it out and explain, like come to a resolve conclusion on this through talking it out, rather than you just screaming out to the world, this person attacked me, and then throwing them to the wolves, because that's what you're advocating for right now. You're not trying to advocate for criticizing Vaush. You want to throw a blanket accusation at Vaush, and then throw that accusation out there for your audience and everybody who agrees with it to have and rally behind as they engage in an online crusade against him. Stop pretending like this isn't how the internet works. I figured out how these games work a long-ass time ago. It's not a secret anymore. This is how these things go. Stop pretending like that isn't the goal.
This lefty coalition building thing. But guess what, you guys? I'm not probably going to ever trust a white man who comes into my DMs and says, you need to step aside so that I can lead. Because that's basically what he was saying. He was basically saying, don't criticize me because my voice is more impactful than yours, and criticizing me makes it so that your rights are harder for me to fight for.
Woo, wow. That is just so far from even close to what they talked about that it's insane.
So yeah, to summarize, do I regret saying some of the things I said? Only in so much as they were inappropriate and probably didn't need to be said. I don't feel really bad for saying it though. And I'm still really unpacking this idea that me acknowledging that I sexted someone is more than me acknowledging that I sexted someone. It would be so different if I said more than that, in my opinion, but I didn't. So, you know, that's one of those things where y'all are gonna have to help me understand, because I don't get it personally. I've gone through a lot of sexual abuse. I've gone through a lot of sexual harassment. I wish that what I experienced when it came to those things was someone saying that my body was underwhelming and that they had, you know, exchanged photos with me. I wish that that's what it was. Of course, there's different levels to everything, so I'm not fully writing off.
I shouldn't have to explain why saying the weird sexual harassy behavior I engaged in against you wasn't as bad as what I faced, so why are you making such a big deal about it? Like, it was weird. You shouldn't have outed that to the public. When two public figures do that and one party makes it public without the consent of the other, that is inappropriate behavior. You're outing private information to the public. Do I think Vaush really cares that much? Probably not. Are we virtue signaling a little bit when we say it's harassy? Yeah, probably. Like, I don't think Vaush really was that bothered by it. However, that doesn't change the fact that that is still a bad action. Just because if like some creepy dude walks up to a girl at a bar and grabs her ass without asking, even if she just happens to be totally cool with it, that doesn't mean the dude who did it isn't a creepy douchebag who goes around grabbing women's asses without asking for permission first. Like, yeah, just because the victim wasn't as badly affected by it doesn't mean that this isn't like inappropriate. We literally took her tweet and changed the wording around a little bit, and it just sounded like something a Nazi would tweet. What was it again? It was like, fuck. Well, here, we'll resume. I think I already did that on my last stream coverage. You guys were here for it.
as, you know, a sign to not do that. But, you know, I kind of have answered everything. This is another thing, you guys. I've written several threads about this. Here's a video so you get the summary of it. Some people are just never going to at all be, you know, interested in anything I have to say. You know, and again, I want for the people who feel that way to acknowledge that they're not at all invested in the politics. You know, because here's the thing. Let's say I'm a terrible fucking person. Let's say that I am the worst person in the world. What the fuck is that going to do for advocating for trans people at all? Don't come for me as though you are personally invested in promoting and supporting, you know, a better future for trans people, because taking me down isn't going to...
You literally started this you started the aggression of this in what can only be said it was an attempt to try to fuck over Vaush. He responded. His fan base is also responding in defense. I'm responding as well because content is good. And also because this does piss me off. I'm friends with Vaush, and I face a lot of the same type of criticism, and so when I see him face it, it's like, I know how you feel, brother. When I'm getting hit with shit like this, it always feels better when someone's like jumps in and helps me, like stands up and talks like positively about me as well. So I do it for other people if I think they're getting hit with some bullshit. Yeah. Anyone else think that this is just an inevitable part of left-wing politics or 2020's political discourse in general? The infighting and garbage takes from people that make them block each other? Oh yeah, it's inevitable. It'll be a constant of online left political engagement forever. The left has always been notoriously factious, and I think that's the term, right? Where they break up into factions a lot. Always have broken up into a lot of factions, always have fought like a lot of infighting and whatnot. It's been a lot. It's been a meme for longer than the term meme has been used to mean what it currently does mean, okay?
Vaush is if he was like a good person. like if he was a good person, maybe I would say something, I would feel differently, but I don't. Okay. I don't. You may very well feel like he's a good person. I was indifferent before we had the conversation we had. Now I feel like he's a terrible fucking person. You know, it took him going on stream to talk about my supposed obsession.
She doesn't care.
With white dick for me to say that, you know, his was underwhelming. I don't usually go there with people. That's where he lives. He lives in the shit, you know? That's just my impression of him. I could be wrong. I also don't care. It doesn't take a lot for someone to say that. You know what I mean? You don't have to say a lot to me for me to actually have that feeling. Again, going back to my first impressions thing, I wish that I had dismissed him as an important voice forever ago. I wish I did. I really wish I did. And actually, this particular experience is really encouraging me to be more proactive about other people, because there are, of course, other people who are constantly trying to get into shit with me, and I'm just gonna fucking block them. I just am. am. Y'all can talk about me as much
stay
as
in
you
your
want
bubble. Yes.
Behind the block.
Yes.
You know,
stay in the bubble.
The thing is, at a certain point, y'all have to understand
leaving the echo
that the
chamber.
things you're talking about
Good.
don't actually reference me. Some things that people, you know, there's a bajillion bad takes I've taken that I probably still do feel the same way about today, and y'all can entertain yourselves with those bad takes. But I'm not going to really feel beholden to every conversation that people are having about me, because I don't think I'm that important. I really don't. I also don't care that much. But I did want to kind of come on here and give a face to the whole thing.
She doesn't care.
And they've been asking me to do so, so here we are. I think that if me acknowledging that I sexted someone publicly is a thing that bothers you, that you should absolutely unfollow me, absolutely unsubscribe. I would never argue against that, because I think that withdrawing your support from people who have, you know, harmed or alienated or hurt you is a really good thing you should do. If that is your line, it is a valid one, and I will always support that. I'm also acknowledging that, you know, I'm not a perfect person. I've never said that I was a perfect person, and I can acknowledge when I'm wrong and what I've done wrong. I don't necessarily think Vaush does that, and the uncritical way in which people digest
He's just doubling down.
what he says is not the kind of audience that I personally want to have, right? I don't want an audience that is uncritical, that does not
You just said you're gonna
research
block
for themselves.
You're just gonna block it.
I didn't mention. I probably should have mentioned this, but part of the problem.
You just said you're gonna block anybody who calls you out. You just said.
Randomly talking about his body is because when I made that tweet, I realized that I had only been relayed that information. I had not actually heard him say it, right? And so because of that, I felt like that was the wrong thing to do. And so I deleted it. I deleted it because I was like, I don't actually know that he said this. Then I got sent the clips. Then someone sent me the clips of him saying it, right? So he gets to kind of fuck with the order of when things happen because I deleted it. Because I, with a conscience, said, you know what, that's a really fucked up thing to say, and I don't actually know if he said it because I'm not actually watching his stream, right?
What she's getting mad at right now is that some people have mixed up the order of events, though I don't think Vaush has at all done this. So my understanding is she first posted a thread in which she asks people whether or not, well, trans people, specifically trans women, whether or not they think ironic misogyny is useful when advocating for, you know, trans people. And then that's a whole ass thread that ends up devolving into talking about Vaush, of course. And then in response to that, people tell her that she's acting obsessed because she wrote a 100+ tweet long thread about Vaush, that at the beginning she says isn't going to be about him, but devolves into being about him about a third of the way through. And then she responds to that with a thread in which she starts by acknowledging the idea that she is obsessed with Vaush. Then that's where she leaks the fact that they had sexted, and then leaks the entire DM talk that they had that day. Not the sexual DM. She's never leaked those. Just the DMs they had that day. And then Vaush covers those and reads over them. And then in response to somebody in his audience who points out, oh my God, why did she point out that you guys had sexted? He's like, oh my God, why would she do that? It's so creepy. Yeah. And then someone's like, I guess even though she's racist, she still likes white dick or something. And Vaush reads that out and laughs or something along those lines. And they start talking about that, whether or not she like fetishizes white men. And he's like, I don't know, I've seen that people do that or whatever. And then she responds to that, and this is how we're pretty sure she was watching the stream, because she responds to that by posting a separate tweet in which she says, oh, wait, nope, hold on, I missed something that Cat Blaque left out. It wasn't in response to a chat message that Vaush read. It was in response to a DMs between messages between Cat Blaque and Professor Flowers. Professor Flowers and Cat Blaque were talking in the replies of that thread about their mutual phases of being into white leftist men with beards. And that's when Vaush brings up the fetishizing white man and white dick thing. And then that's when Cat Blaque brings up Vaush's dick and starts talking about Vaush's dick size. So let's be careful, Cat Blaque. Let's not mix up the order of events in a more beneficial way for you. By the way, if you guys would like to see a drama recap of everything as it went down, I did a full coverage of everything, and I include like obviously timestamps and date stamps for every one of the posts when they're updated and in order. So if you guys want to see the full unfolding of the drama and how it went down, you guys can go see my video on it. It's got like 35,000 views or something.
Because I am a very patient person who will explain things, but I also know that when it gets personal, I will just be a bitch. Just kind of is what it is. So, you know, I don't know why that's surprising to people, but apparently it is. Anyway, I've been here for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I just wanted to talk about this stuff because I know that people wanted me to talk about it.
But she doesn't care.
I'm gonna quickly look through the comments again. Mods, please. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I really need to be better about adding
What is going on in her chat right now?
Who's a person that I recognize in the chat currently? Oh, there's not a lot of people. Not a lot of people. It's funny because I usually do recognize people in my chat, but your mods are in the 7th circle of hell. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I mean, of course. Of course. How do you politically align yourself? That's a good question. That's actually one I will answer.
Xanderhal is a troll, ignore him.
Because, you know, here's the thing. Actually, this is a
Girl,
perfect
not
question for me
Xanderhal.
to answer on this stream. So I've always said that I definitely am on more of the leftist side, but unfortunately, my experience with leftists is much like Vaush. So a lot of my own desire to grow in understanding the depth of lefty politics has been trying to, you know, connect with certain communities and mostly finding that they're just a lot.
I don't know if she's going to talk about the drama anymore. She's probably just going to do a little talk to her chat. Who's Xanderthal? Yeah, somebody spelled my name Xanderthal with a Z at the beginning. Oh, well. Well, what can I say? I'm proven right and vindicated by time, every single time and time again. I honestly just, I'm starting to get tired of being right all the time. You know, it's probably unhealthy for my ego to be right all the time this much. So yeah, we got to work on that. All right, guys, I think I know exactly what to leave all of you on today for today's stream. I think I know exactly what to leave all of you guys on. This is a song from Get Chan called The Ultimate Sectarian, satirical leftist anti-sectarian song, all right? This song goes hard as fuck. I think it'll serve as a good outro song for this stream because it's quite relevant and it's kind of a banger. It's pretty funny too. It's you can tell it's an old song. It sounds pretty old, but it holds up today. That's for damn sure. So yeah, I'm dropping the link to the song in the chat. Listen up, everybody. I love all of you so goddamn much. Thank you for coming today. You've all been goddamn amazing. Thank you so much. And I will, of course, see all of you in the next stream. Have a good one. Doo-doo fart.
Bill Bailey belonged to every radical party that ever came to be, till he finally decided to start his own party so he wouldn't disagree. He got himself an office with a sign outside the door with Marx's League in letters red, and to everyone who came around these were the words he said. Oh, you may be a friend of Max Shackman, Jim Cannon, and you may agree. You may get along with Norman Thomas and with Algernon Lee. You may be an old-time wobbly and think J. Lovestone's fine. Yes, you may be a comrade to all of those folks, but you ain't no comrade of mine. For 17 years, Bill Bailey kept his office with the sign outside the door. But he never, ever got a new member. Everybody made him sore. And then one night there came a big fire, and through the flame and smoke, as the firemen rushed in to save Bill's life, these were the words he spoke. Oh, you may be a friend of Ben Gitlow, Reverend Musty, and you may agree. You may get along with Emma Goldman and with the SLP. You may have belonged to every radical party that ever had a line. Yes, Yes, you may be a comrade to all of those folks, but you ain't no comrade of mine. And so on that day, Bill Bailey passed away, and his soul to red heaven flew. He was met at the gate by old Karl Marx and Frederick Engels too. They said, welcome, comrade, as they opened the door to let Bill come inside. As he slammed the gate back in old Karl's face, these were the words he cried. Oh, you may be a friend of Karkowski and a pal of Bird LaSalle. You may get along with Wilhelm Liebknecht and the First International. Yes, you may have inspired every radical party from the Hudson to the Rhine. Oh, you may be a comrade to all of those folks, but you ain't no comrade of mine.